was nice. I'm just wearing my pajamas, staying up too late, cause I'm watching Futurama, thinking where's my drama. My life's no melodrama, leave it off the screen, cause it's got no genre. Sometimes I call my mama, Rain, yeah, she's always my armor. I want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight, hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. Tell the clouds that I say hey. I know it's a phase, but it's harder to realize that I'll never be a quarter of the man I could have been when I got older, and all the things I could have done if I was smarter. Think of my departure. Look at the hour, I have work in an hour. It's been 2 days since I've showered. I want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight, hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. I want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight, hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. Tell the clouds that I say hey. Tell the clouds that I say hey. could rock with a rhythm. We could rock, 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 right.
Come on.
War's good, it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo. I am your caster, producer, whatever you want to call me for Quarantine League Season 7. We're already on day 2. I'm really excited to be here. We're already in our first lobby right now. It's slowly ticking on down, but first I want to say hello, give a little introduction, and of course go on ahead and show you guys our team list real quick, because with this new team list, as promised, I put up how much money all these teams have already won. So all these teams, as you can see, $32, they're the ones that had the most points of each game of day 1, and San Diego Rarity actually had that twice. So they're currently already at $66 just for San Diego Rarity. All these other teams now that don't have a number beside them, let's see if they can get some money tonight. That's pretty exciting, but also let's go on ahead and take a look at our leaderboard just for a little bit of an update so we all know where we're standing. And as per usual, I feel like a broken record. If you guys want to go ahead and take a look at this more detailed, do exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats, all of that good stuff. But here we are. As of right now, our top 3 is No Cap, Ascendance, and San Diego Rarity. They're the ones that are currently getting the money at the top of the leaderboard. But here we are. We're starting on Miramar this time. 3 Miramar, 3 Erangel as per usual. Let's go on ahead and take a look at the plane path. There we go. So as you can see, it's a very southern plane path here, starting straight at Impala, going to Valdemar. A lot of these teams are going to have to be using alt drops, unfortunately, for today. We already know that our El Pozo teams, I believe Ascendance's alt is Valdemar, so we might see them down there, and who knows who else is down there as well. So let's go on ahead. We'll be out here for a little bit, and then we'll go on ahead and zoom on in almost immediately. We can see Silverline dropping for Impala. Today, it seems like they don't have a sub today, so they're full real roster today, which is very exciting. Instantaneously, our third place team, San Diego Rarity, also is going up to the north towards Azahar. Don't know if they're quite going to reach it, but they might be able to grab a vehicle. Yeah, as you can see here, it looks like Ascendance going towards Valdemar like expected. Zoom on in a little bit to see a little bit more details. You can see 3 teams actually inside Los Leones. It looks like 2 of Boomers, all of Tilt Town, and all of those guys contesting each other for right now. We can hear a little bit of a car going by too. Seems like a lot of these teams are really trying to go as far north as possible. We can see a lot of people still going to the north, dropping Monty, Power Grid, Orion going up to their usual spots, and even TrueSight driving on up to these compounds up here. Let's see if Fizzle's going to be able to hit any of these onto VaLor as they're trying to long drop to their spot, which is San Martin. It looks like he really tried to get 0 there, but unfortunately none of those bullets seem to hit, and now he's going to be able to safely hit the ground and continue on his run to try and get some loot. Also, as you guys saw, our first zone did in fact pop. It's going to go just around Los Leones, just a little north of it there. So already, since this was such a southern plane, the majority of these teams are in fact inside of this zone. A very few have to continue to get inside, and of course a lot of these teams are going to want a better spot. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of these guys moving a little bit early, since a lot of these teams seem to have prio. It looks like Fort Earth and Haydenix here are actually driving up towards VaLor here. I mean, are they going to realize? I feel like they should have seen these guys dropping down. Maybe they're hoping they'd get there in time for some sort of a run over, but not seeing them there is making them drive back down. Now thinking maybe they already made it to the buildings. Maybe they already have guns. We don't want to get shot out of our vehicles. Let's go ahead and take a look at Los Leones while we're at it. We can see those guys far to the south. Tilton ended up taking the northwest side. And then, of course, two of Boomers. It's going to be Wazupi and Doobie taking this north side here. We can hear vehicles already moving. Doobie using that vehicle, keeping it very close in case anybody runs up to them as he is currently looting. Ooh, what was that? Was that you? Looks like Savage 4 Tilton put out a few bullets from his scar, and now he's just sitting there contemplating life as one does, you know. Maybe he saw a ghost and now he's frightened, but so far so good on that. Again, seems like they're pretty fine for right now, completely left alone. I mean, I really do like Boomer split on this as well, not going to lie. Usually an entire team can loot around north, but with this spread they can guarantee more vehicles and more space. It already looks like D-Stem, for example, has a good spot out here on top of this little plateau here to be able to see around in all the directions on this zone shift. We can already see Gribbles for Nightly Esports as well, extending out of Picado and taking this compound. This compound up on top of this hill is really good, as we've seen a lot of people playing this in scrims and events, even last week on day 1 of Quarantine League, so we'll see if that'll come into an interesting play. Otherwise, we now have a minute and 10 seconds to go until the zone closes. We should start seeing these teams get closer together. It seems like Gang Orangutan, for example, already sending it into west of Los Leones, into all these warehouses. I think Nitrogen did put a little bit of bullets towards one of Tilton's members, now scoping in towards that 5 stack. Can definitely hear their vehicles moving up there on their rotations. He actually has a bike as well, so he's going to definitely be fine here, moving in a little bit, realizing he sees some loot that he wants. Stone Storm, meanwhile, has spotted him out, throwing a little bit of bullets towards him with his budget DMR, that M16 there. At least he has a 6X on it. Trying to spot him out, but it does look like they're going to go on ahead and take that warehouse and the dip beyond. One bullet goes into him, taking down a little bit. There we go, spotting out Vohio as well. None of these bullets are going to hit quite yet, but it looks like they might be a little bit contested here. Gang is already right beside an entire another team. It's going to be TAC 8. You see, Raid Zealot is the one on top of this hill looking over. And it looks like one of them might actually get a little bit of a piece of candy. We'll see if anybody ends up going for that. It is quite far to the north side. But as you can see, no one is still... everyone's still taking their good old time as the zone is moving. I mean, they're fine for now. I mean, first zone, very slow. Have their time. Everyone just wants their loot for now. But I also will mention now that I have a new feature. I have a new feature in... I'm going to try to be using during this cast. I mean, I'm going to try very hard to make the transition very smooth, but being the only person doing the production, it might be a little bit challenging, so there's my warning. But I do have the idea of, you know what, why don't I just show it? Let's see, who's making a rotation right now? Let's go see what Dips Free is thinking, for example.
I'm gonna let you drive here.
Okay.
Hello?
Go, Soup.
Oh,
Sound like somebody just joined.
okay.
Well, yeah, I think they're doing this thing where they like listen in on live comms. Yeah.
Hello,
Say hello,
stream.
hello,
Goofy,
stream
sir.
boys. Howdy ho.
But, yeah, take blue. We gotta be careful for both the team. We gotta be careful for Ascendance. So
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna go
We
straight to
And
blue
look
hard
out
mark.
for Unorthodox.
we need to
Unorthodox
look
should be
for
coming
them.
from Power Grid.
look for them. We need to look for them.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna try to take church though.
Mhm.
Okay, that's fine.
Look for another carpet.
Yeah, yeah.
West. All right.
I'm looking.
Okay, cool.
What,
Yep. I love
Mirror
moving in this
members.
game.
Be careful.
Mirror
Look for
members.
look for TAC 8. We don't know if they're going to be just going center or if they're going to be.
They
playing
should
edge,
be off
so.
of this. They should be off of this.
Yeah, they should be.
Should
No
be.
one-
Should.
They like
Tacky
to chill
also
right
likes
here.
to loot super fucking late, so
True.
be prepared. There's a
There's a-
truck right next to the
yeah.
compound.
All right.
Just on the
Take
offense here?
yeah. Take compound. I'm gonna go to hill.
Heard.
So.
Yeah. You go to
I'm
crack.
gonna look
go
at.
to
I'm gonna
crack,
look at
go to
new
crack.
blue. Yeah, I'm
Church
looking
has-
new blue.
Church has doors open, but
Yeah,
they're
they landed
Yeah,
in there
they
though.
Zara
Yeah.
lands there, so
We should
There's a
be good.
car.
Let's
There's a
go.
car behind me.
They're fighting. They're fighting right now.
Where?
Yeah.
Hey, listen to Blue. Listen to Blue. Listen to
There's
Blue.
a car behind me. It's behind me west side.
He's leaving. He's leaving. He's going towards
taking the road,
He's
taking
going
the
towards
road,
road.
taking
Going
the
towards
road.
road. Going road.
Heard,
Going
heard,
road.
heard, heard.
we're
Please don't
taking
shoot me
church, we're
bad.
taking
Please
church,
don't
we're
shoot me
taking
They're
bad.
just taking church.
Might have gone
Is he-
under. He might have
Yeah,
gone under
yeah,
yellow.
yeah,
Might have
yeah.
gone
He
under
went to my
yellow.
ping. He went to my ping. He went to my ping. Yellow.
My
Yellow.
car got popped.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
from fucking Narnia. Jesus Christ.
Where?
Yo,
That's
Zealot
crazy.
and somebody was fighting just now.
Yeah. Zelen
Yeah,
Tetra.
so-
Zelen and Tetra.
yeah, Tetra.
Did they take yellow or they got?
Yellow's taken. Yeah.
Wait,
That's where they.
where was-
that's where
where's
they
that
went.
shot?
There's a shot north of us.
They're
Yeah,
shooting
yeah.
on rainbows. Shooting on
I wanna
rainbows.
Hey,
back out of
there's,
this.
hey, there's a
My
dude
car
on
got
the new
popped.
blue.
Shoot, my car
There's a
got
dude-
popped.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. Come on.
They're
There's a
trying
dude on
to
the
like
blue.
pin us. Here.
Yeah.
I'm
All right,
I'm
so
looking
we're
at
gonna swing.
yellows.
We're gonna
One-
swing towards yellow. We're gonna swing towards yellow.
Okay, I'm gunning. Go.
Shooting guys at yellow. Another one just took it.
How many?
I
There's
think
two
three.
there.
At
Two?
least no,
Oh, two or
three
three,
now.
three.
Three now.
Three? Then what happened to the dude north of us?
Yo, I'm pretty sure that's you, so. I'm pretty sure that's
There's gotta be
Unorthodox.
one north of us still. Soup.
I popped.
I think.
popped one of the
Yeah, I
cars.
think that's unorthodox to be honest.
Yeah, that looked like Yuso.
There's another
Yeah.
car over here, Soup.
One's
On
in the
yellow.
firehouse.
Where?
On yellow.
Okay, there we go. There was our first taste at some sort of live comms here. That's what a little bit of the hecticness of a little bit of a late rotation there. I mean, they definitely knew that they had awareness of who was around them, knowing to look for certain teams, and we could see that they were close but not quite on them. But there is currently a fight happening here for this large warehouse house between NoCap and Silverline. As you can see here, Silverline G price is currently large, but it has a little bit of damage, but getting a flush onto No Name of NoCap. It looks like it's NoCap who currently has the one losing members. Currently it is just Ploob up, getting a knock onto at least two of them. Tried to flush one out, but is forced to reload his M4 here. There we go, throwing out a stun, but unfortunately VaLor, even though he was blind there with that M4, he's going to push around, and NoCap is going to be eliminated with that headshot onto Ploob. And there we go, we can see VaLor and Greta getting the reses onto their downed teammates, G Price and Red Rider, and now they have that compound all for themselves. Here is the rest of the zone. As we can see our friends Dips Free are still very split on this. Unorthodox still right in between them. A lot of bullets flying right here, but with this zone, it's going to pop in it. The Silverline fight did end up going in their favor. They are still just off of the center zone, so that's going to be really nice for them. As we can see here, VaLor is now trying to make a rotation right down the center. The splits 2-2 of Nightly Esports. Here we go. It doesn't look like too much damage is on them quite yet. They're going to be taking this main road. Let's see where they're going to end up going. They're probably going to take this empty compound here. I don't know if anyone's going to take that little piece of candy, as I like to call it, of the crates. And as you can see, just to their north is also True Sight. Looks like they're trying to play in the main bowl and in the compound. Oh my goodness, it looks like an Unorthodox actually decided to move, going in and taking some of the buildings that Gang Orangutan were previously at. We can hear just the racket, the din of bullets flying towards their retreating Gang Orangutan as Tiltown are trying to get some damage onto them. Here we go, we can see Stonestorm, for example, reloading his SKS, spotted out Tetra. Look at, he's below half HP here, and he's caught on his vehicle. All the tires are currently popped. We can see in the feed actually that Maji from Ascendance even caught out one of Gang Orangutan. So will Tetra also meet his teammate's fate is the question. Looks like he only got hit once, and now he is successfully on the other side of a bull, so he is fine for now. But the rest of Gang Orangutan, you can see, that are in the very south side of Los Leones, while Tetra is alone. The rest of these teams, it looks like Dips Free decided to crash onto this compound that only holds two of Nightly Esports, Morns and Gribbles here. J-Snow 4 Life is going to be the first one to make it inside of this compound. There we go, they're pushing in very carefully here. They don't know if anybody else is in this compound with them. In this building is in fact Morns. Gribbles is in the other building. We can hear Dips Free. The rest of the teammates are coming closer. Oh, and the bullets finally come out, and it's going to be Morns getting a knock into both Chaotic and Pluis here for Dips Free. They did not trade that efficiently, but here we go. The rest of Nightly Esports coming in to join them. Actually, Kite getting a down and a flush onto J-Snow instantly. It is going to be the last one remaining. Treeps getting a knock into sneak attack, but unfortunately he is still going to be caught out and is going to be dips free, annihilated, eliminated out from Nightly Esports on that split there. That is going to be our second team out here. The rest of these teams, a lot of teams actually seem to be condensing towards the south side of this zone. It'll be really interesting to see where this next one goes. We only have about 40 seconds left until we see that. But on Nightly Esports' leave, we can see that 2 of True Sight members, Zolmox and 4Earth, actually backfilled them and took their spot. So now they don't have a nice split like they used to. They only have their 1 compound. We can even see TAC 8 getting a little bit interested. Weam actually out here proning on a rock for now for safety. But if this fight were to continue, I am sure that they would have gone a little bit closer, trying to steal some kills today. We can see here that the zone is almost closed. A lot of bullets actually flying out towards people. I mean, anything that you can do to hurt their armor, make them use their meds, pop any tires, anything to make the game a little bit harder, a little bit more annoying. And on this zone shift, it actually is going to be a little bit of a hard shift to the northwest. So if there are any vehicles with pop tires, it's definitely going to come into effect here. A lot of these guys have to make a rotation somehow into here, and I have a feeling a lot of them are going to be fighting. We can see Boomers did have a nice split here now. 2 of them leaving their previous compound, going and preferring the spot of a better compound. Actually, it looks like they have identified an empty compound and they're actually going for that instead too. Oh, they're just backfilling actually. They're still going to keep a 2-2 split here. That's very interesting. But on that, they Sambuca and D-Stem knew that that compound up further to the north was empty, so it was Uppy and Doobie leaving their compound that they didn't want anymore is going to go backfill their team, so they still have a nice split here. As you can see, a lot of these teams are currently now playing edge, as a lot of this is actually open space. I mean, all of these hills are extremely open. This compound is playable, but from here, all you can do is push up this hill, and you have to be careful because multiple teams have sightline onto that. Looks like the only team now outside is Ascendance, and looks like they're actually going for a massive rotate around the southeast side. It'll be interesting to see where they're going to try and come up here, but they're probably making a large rotation like this because they know that the south side is going to have a lot of people here. There we go, we can see Tiltown spotting out Unorthodox. They're moving slowly in, realizing that this compound is free. Fortunately, Savage with that bullet isn't going to hit much. Their vehicle is on fire though, so Unorthodox, the 3 of them, that might have been their last rotation with that vehicle here. It looks like JLD actually was half HP as well. It'll be interesting to see where Ascendance comes in, like I said, because it looks like they might actually come in the exact location of those guys. We can also see a rotation coming out from Orion, coming squarely close to Deadeye from SDR. Just going to miss the bull, actually. I mean, maybe they saw the car and realized that it wasn't worth it. Skazka called to them that this compound was free. But she is going to go on ahead and take this compound for themselves. They are. Let's go on ahead and follow Ascendance on this. They are actually silent crashing this right now. They press Z on their keyboard. No longer can hear their vehicle's engines. They're getting really close to those guys. Let's see if It's Your Boy Cowboy has heard them. And now they definitely have. If they didn't before, the engines are moving once again. Let's see if It's Your Boy Cowboy is going to be able to get any kills off of this. He's currently just laying down the closest one for his team beside Ascendance, trying to play it very safe. He's just waiting for any sort of information that his teammates can give him. There we go. You can see Beck also grabbing their vehicle. Don't want to quite lose any vehicles here. I think they definitely have spotted out some of them. There you go. I'm a Leaf actually getting a knock on an entirely different team here, so they might be splitting some of their attention. Flax now shooting at them too, forcing them to go lower down on the hill. Some bullets into Gizmac there. It's Your Boy Cowboy getting the knock on a Beck. The snake play did come into handy, so now Ascendance down to 3 members. I mean, in the distance, Rise could potentially help Ascendance out by shooting at those guys, but as for now, we can see Flax is just being able to freely push up onto this, trying to get more bullets into them, but now backing up a little bit for safety, not wanting to over peek anything quite yet. It's Your Boy Cowboy also super low, while Beck is bleeding out quite slowly. If Mashi gets the knock onto It's Your Boy Cowboy, he could potentially go for the res on his teammate. Nope, there we go. It looks like Gizmac is also downed as well. It's just down to I'm a Leaf and Majiggle for Ascendance. See if that molly is going to end up hitting. It's your boy Cowboy is using all of the smoke for his cover. Unfortunately, that molly is not going to go far enough here. Oh, but some nice shots from Maji is going to take Lemon Squeezy down a lot, so he's going to be able to continue his rotation, but it looks like his other teammate, You Cannot Redo, is going to get a little bit of bullets into him, taking him down to 7 HP. He needs to be careful because a lot of these other teams will be able to spot them out. You can see the zone has shifted even further. They're just outside of the zone, but, I mean, they're just outside. They got to be prepared. If they don't finish this fight out soon, they might be taking some blue damage. Here we go. Let's continue to watch from his point of view. You can see a lot of bullets flying. We can hear a lot. There we go. Silverline Babbler actually getting involved, taking Maji down to 3 HP. His teammate, I'm Alif, not doing too much better. Currently stuck in this bowl where all of those guys can see him. Here we go. The phase 4 damage coming into play. Nobody wants to be out here like this. There we go. Emily spotting out. You Cannot Redo. Almost got the knock onto that. Unfortunately didn't. Maji is going to get the knock on It's Your Boy Cowboy, allowing I'm Alif at 33 HP to finally get inside zone. Spotting out Lemon Squeezy, though. He's now at 3 HP. If he even gets touched once by the zone, he will be knocked. And he's realizing that trying to run over, unfortunately, is going to still be spotted out. And Ascendance is eliminated. It looks like they are going to be able to get the res onto Cowboy here. Let's go ahead and look elsewhere in this in the circle. Looks like Rise Esports was just eliminated from Unorthodox. It looks like this fight between half of Rise. Yep, it just ended up finishing. Looks like it was taken to the shack here. Lots of smokes here, trying to hide them out, but getting the res onto one of their down teammates. So they're all still going to be alive at 4 up, now trying to take out the rest of Tilt Town from afar, who are also outside of this zone. On this, it looks like the next people to fight might be SDR and True Say. We can already see all the nades coming on in 8 down to around half HP. Might have to peek on over after that knock Deadeye just gave him. Here we go, throwing some stuns. Oh no, Deadeye actually getting down from entirely different team. Doobie from Boomers getting that knock. Getting shot in the side now. Gonna have to see what Innate decides to do here. Currently just healing and biding his time. Arson might be the first one to actually push over instead. Here we go. Will Innate spot him first? No, Arson sees him first and he gets the down, but right in the back, Lucid Freak is going to get the knock back onto him. True Sight currently down to 1, getting a res onto Zolmox, and now it is just down to 1 member for SDR, and that is Lucid Freak, now taking the vehicle to try and get a res onto his teammates here. But it's not fights. The fights are definitely not over. We can see in the distance here the entire 4-man of T8 are running up onto the duo. Hayden instantly knocked. Zolmox just getting the res. Going to see the entire team of T8, but unfortunately not going to be able to heal in time or hide. Trusai is going to be eliminated in 12th place here. TAC8 4 up can continue their push forward and run it into the very broken team of SDR for now. Let's see if we'll end up seeing if that's what happens here. On the south side, I mean, we mentioned how the south side is just kind of completely congested here. It looks like Unorthodox, ganking Orangutan, Boomers, everybody right next to each other. Fizzle ended up getting a little bit of damage to hitting the deck here. Is going to start healing on up, but all these guys are going to have to try and eliminate each other to get inside zone, and whoever doesn't will end up having to make some sort of a rotation over here to the west side or meet the wrath of Silverline Esports that currently inside this zone. Here we go. The fight between Gang and Boomers has started. Nitrogen taken out, now just leaving it down to Tetra here. Looks like he's just waiting for Blue Zone, getting closer and closer. Will he be able to make some sort of rotation on this is the question. Here we go, running for it. Babbler is going to get a knock into his uppy for Boomers, so Tetra now just have to deal with 3 people, seeing them rotate in front of him. He's trying to be a little bit sneaky here, because if he can find out where all of them are... Oh, he actually tried to go for a kill steal there, but isn't going to get it before Sambuca spots him out, and Gang Orangutan is going to be eliminated. Here we go, Unorthodox pushing on down this hill. I tried click on to see his point of view. Unfortunately, he's going to be instantly cleaned up by VaLor. I mean, that push down was hard. You can see they tried to smoke, but it doesn't seem like they had enough smokes to reach it all the way to the compound here. So they're going to continue to live. It looks like TAC8 now is actually the sandwich between 2 different teams. SDR all 3 up, keeping the bowl alive for now with those guys pushing towards them. Looks like Enraged Zealot and teammate are now trying to push forward a little bit to spot out Lemon Squeezy. Kind of want to hear some comms here as well. Let's go on ahead and do that right now with Tactical 8.
They're all playing the ridge on my yellow mark.
One
They're
moving.
moving right on rock.
I headshot him. I'm
He
flashing.
naded me.
I'm playing for the guy on me.
Yeah. I'm lit. First hitting.
Okay. Another nade out.
He's
I'll
in
back.
blue, on the edge of blue. He's nading you right now here. He's literally in
Yeah.
blue.
No.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'm
pushing
on,
to
I'm
you
on
guys.
fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire.
Heard.
I'm first hitting again.
Jars are
One's
really
edge of turn, left of smokes. Two.
multiple,
Headshot
multiple
one.
there. Two there.
On mark. You can just nade on mark basically. In your
No
I
kills.
nades.
have no nades.
Third.
At that rock. Two,
Can you
Okay.
guys throw a stun so I can push to you?
I'm out of stuns as well. I only had one. I threw it.
Third.
They're
I'm
getting
stunning
stunned.
over ridge on the left, guys.
Right now.
Stunning left, guys.
I'm
No,
pushing.
beast.
I'm pushing. Oh, I'm blind.
Not one. Not one. Not one. Dead.
They're
Dead.
dead,
Dead.
they're
Dead.
dead,
all
Dead.
dead, all
Dead.
dead, all dead, all dead. You guys
Alright.
need to refocus your entry into zone. It's a really shit zone.
Yeah, it fed bull. We can crash bull. It seems they were fighting. They're gonna be weak. That and it was gang fighting in there, and they were a 2-man already. We
Yeah, I
just
still have a lot of
crashed bull. We
util
just
by the
crashed
way
bull.
if people need it.
Yeah,
I'm grabbing
I have
util.
one stun. That's all I have.
yellow should be
come from
feeling
zero
the heat
util.
to come out, so they shouldn't be
I'm
looking at
dropping
you.
you
Really.
shit now. I dropped you a bunch of util by the
Second
way,
floor,
big man.
two-story.
If you wanna grab.
Two-story
Okay,
blue.
On my
coming
mark.
up.
Yeah, he's still
Thank
looking.
you.
All right,
That's
we're going bull.
crazy.
We're going bull. I want
Heard.
to take the bike. You guys take the car. Or should we send
What?
two bike?
No, no, no,
Mm,
no. One
Probably
car,
both,
one car.
better.
Drive by meta.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go.
He has to be last entry.
You drive.
Yep. I'm going a little bit wide just to give you guys time.
They're going
Two in the
straight in.
shack, two in the shack.
Go in the shack.
Wait, down here
Okay,
on
I'm
your
just making
right
an
left.
angle. My bad.
Just play here.
One ball, one shot. My bad. My drive. My.
There we go. We can see there that Tech 8 did get a successful fight there with one of the teams. Unfortunately, were forced to make a drastic play to try and get into zone. It was now down to just one member. As you can see here, the team that did take out two of them now getting driven by Silverline. Both VaLor and G-Price getting knocks into Lucid Freak and Deadeye. Now it's just Innate left for San Diego Rarity. Deadeye. Blah, blah, blah. Words are hard. There we go. VaLor now spotting out in 8 is going to eliminate San Diego Rarity. They are on this north side. Super strong. Now healing on up. Just look at their kill count. They currently have 18 kills. VaLor himself with 9 of them. Greta the Goat unfortunately was knocked here. I don't know if he'll be able to get the res onto that. In the distance we can see that Boomers was also eliminated. He's now going for Ascend to try and play any of these ridges inside zone. Unfortunately his vehicle is going to start moving away from him, but that was a massive 5th place with 18 kills. I mean, 5th place is just 3 points in itself. So that is a 21-point game. I mean, we've seen less points than that for a win. So, I mean, they're definitely in contention to get that $33. So we'll end up seeing what happens there. Otherwise, we can see here that Enraged Zealot now for Tactical 8 still continuing to have to move. It looks like Orion Esports is in the center compound, all still 4 up. We are in our top 4 teams, so let's go ahead and introduce them. There we go, Orion 4 up just with 1 kill, spotting out, hearing the pull up from the last member of Tac 8. Zealot currently with 4 kills for the team. Far to the south is Nightly Esports 3 up with 4 kills, and of course our last team, VaLor, still 4 up currently with 7 kills. I mean, any of these teams that win this, they're definitely going to have to get multiple kills to try and take the $33 away from Silverline Esports here. Here we go. All Enraged Zealot can do is currently lay down and not die to any of this util that Orion is currently chucking at him. They should be able to have quite a lot since they've been playing the center compound for a while, but it seems like they're going to leave him alone for now, especially because look at this zone shift. This zone shift is basically guaranteeing that Enraged Zealot cannot stay there. And based on the rest of this zone, where is he going to go? Orion currently has 1 member occupying each of the 4 buildings currently inside zone. We can see VaLor here are successfully using these dips inside the east side here, but they can't stay there for too long. It looks like Nightly Esports also currently just biding their time. Sneak Attack currently just proned on the road here. Oh, it looks like Kite for Nightly Esports, speaking of them, got the kill onto Tactical 8, so We're now just down to 3 teams. It looks like Sneak Attack not thinking he can get any of these kills on the VaLor. Now running some more to the end. No, here we go. Now trying to peek over. Let's see if he spots any of them out. He did in fact spot out Colton. He's not going to go for the knock because he has such cover there with that ridge. But taking a look at that, most of this zone is super hard to push and play. This next zone shift is really going to make the cake, basically. We can see VaLor knowing that Nightly Esports is there throwing some util, but it's not going to be close enough. Sneak Attack trying to get a little bit of an alternate angle as his 2 teammates are currently inside of the zone on the road. There we go. Nice Sneak Attack coming into play here, spotting them out. Grant Lantis did get the knock onto Kite, however, with that headshot, as he was trying to move a little bit closer to get a spot on these ridges. Zerdyzin is going to get the flush, though. He's a owner of an MK14. Let's see if he ends up spotting out more of them. He can see them, but he can't quite get any damage on them due to their ridges. Basically, it looks like Jeppy Aim is also just playing a prone position here, waiting to see if any of them push even further over. A lot of these guys are being forced to be prone here, except of course for Orion that are still inside this zone. This zone now about to pop. Let's go see his perspective once again, spotting out Colton, and there we go. The zone is going to shift. It's going to make Orion actually leave their compound. If they still have their vehicles will be able to provide them some sort of cover. I wouldn't be surprised if they also go on ahead and use that crate for some sort of cover on this as well. But all these guys are their positions. They can't keep them. So basically, this is going to be a game of who can they knock as they're trying to rotate before they're forced to rotate. That is what this game is. Nightly Esports currently down to 2. Sneak Attack and Morns with a really good position all the way up here. Unfortunately, going to have the hardest position. There you go. They can hear Dirtyzin actually pulling up below them, but they're unable to over peek as the rest of Orion are watching his safe arrival. And go starting to throw out some util again, ends up getting hit by Skazka for 31 damage. Gonna have to make him prone and start healing again. VaLor realizing their position, looks like they're actually pulling on up towards the road as well, making Nightly Esports just have to prone for now. Dirtyzin is just completely in the open in the center of the zone here. If Colton spots him out, he's very dead, but for right now he's fine. He can see all the vehicles. Oh, and he sees their head, making Dirtyzin back up a little bit more. He hears the shots from Colton, spots him out, tries to kill him with that MK, does a little bit of damage, but realizing he's in a really bad position, just narrowly misses a nade here. Morns also getting a knock onto Skazka and the flush. Oh, now Morns can completely see where he's laying down. Let's see if that Molotov is going to get any hit onto him. It is going to land directly above him. Unfortunately, it's not going to spread onto Dirtyzin, however. So he is safe from that Molotov for now. Ryan still 3 up. There we go. We can see VaLor now getting a lot of spray damage onto Sneak Attack. They're still going to be forced to come down from their position right now. VaLor now with the most zone control, to be honest. Here we go. Colton now peeking on over, spotting out Orion. Let's go on ahead and go to some live comms so we can hear what these guys are saying as they're making this fight. As soon as I find their voice channel. There we go. Let's go jump on in.
One's middle smoke.
In smoke, right side smoke.
That's all there.
Knock one. I'm falling down the...
Knock two. Dirty's in 1 HP. He's proning. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Easy.
Good shit.
Well, there we go. We heard it for themselves. Good shit. VaLor is going to win our first Miramar game today with 12 kills here. 12 kills and 10. I think that that is enough for them to be able to claim that $33 prize over Silverline Esports with their massive kill count. We can see 0 here with 6 of their kills, and Grant Lantis with 3, Colton with 2. As for other kill leaders, Morns has 3 for Nightly Esports, Jay Reed with 3 for Tech, 8, Babbler with 9 for Silverline Esports, and as we can see, a lot more 2s and 1s. A very good first game. You guys can go on ahead and put in the chat whether or not that was too much comms or not. I might just narrow it down to just 2 comms per game. I don't want to do too much or too little, but yeah, just go ahead and give some feedback, and I will be right back as we get into the next game. Don't go anywhere. I'll also show you guys the leaderboard.
shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here.
They say I'm dreaming, told me to leave it. Different path I've chosen, I don't think they see it. Life in a trailer, no need for flavors. Cause I'll be laughing when I'm Justin Bieber's neighbor. Always time to second guess, weighs heavy on my chest. But the dreams I have, they stay alive. Cause you know it's ride or die. I've been dreaming, maybe I'm sleeping, losing my teeth, maybe I'm flying for no reason. I've been dreaming, what I believe in. I will get there soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming. Washing the bands, working the weekend, thinking about how I remember all these feelings. Right in this moment, I'm making no man. Writing all this down, won't stop until I own it. Always time to second guess, weighs heavy on my chest. But the dreams I have, they stay alive. Cause you know it's ride or die. I've been dreaming, maybe I'm sleeping, losing my teeth, maybe I'm flying for no reason. I've been dreaming, what I believe in. I will get there soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming, maybe I'm sleeping, losing my teeth, maybe
Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo again. We are now loaded into the second game. And I mean, we're going to show you the leaderboard really quickly, but again, I just want to thank you guys so much for being here and watching these teams. Go on ahead and put in their copy pasta or logo or whatever you guys have to go on ahead and support them, especially now they're going into our second Miramar game, which is extremely exciting. Let's go on ahead and take a look at that leaderboard. It should be updated. Let that thing go on ahead and reload. And as we can see, our top 3 are now a bit... Wait. Is that what it is? Yes, it is now different. Here we go. No cap. Still in first place with a total of 69 points. VaLor now in second, however, with 67 points. Ascendance now in third with 65. San Diego Rarity now in fourth with 64. Then Orion fifth with 58. Esports in sixth with 47. Silverline Esports after their massive game there with in 7th place with 40 points, and Tactical 8 in 8th with 40 points as well. Again, as per usual, use exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats to see more details about that. But we do not have any more time because we got to go on ahead and take a look at our plane path. Here we go, second game on to Miramar. It's a way better plane path than our first game here, starting in Torre, going all the way down past Los Higos. All these teams should be able to go to their better locations here. Now, the zone also isn't a for sure thing. I mean, last time it was a south plane, south circle pop. This time could be completely different. All these teams instantly Tilt Town dropping their early drops, Torre and... Tierra, there we go, Tierra here. Those are their main drops, so they should be fine there. San Diego Rarity also going to their main drop in Cruise. There we go. So far, everything seems to be very well spread out, quite even here. Let's zoom on in now, see a little bit more details. I mean, by now, everybody should know exactly where each other are going, what to expect in this situation. There is nothing new quite yet. I mean, thinking Orangutan might be going a little bit further away. Ascendance still going towards Valdemar. But otherwise, all these guys are going to have to figure out a rotation into this new zone that is currently surrounding around La Driera. All these teams that are currently grabbing vehicles and making their rotations, such as Dips Free, I mean, they grab vehicles and then they go to their drop spot, which is Monte. So now them, all they have to do, they have a really easy thing now. They don't have to worry about getting into zone later after a late loot because their looting is actually inside of the zone. So we'll see if they still go to Monte or if they actually decide to go to compounds that they're going to want to be holding for the rest of this game. It looks like Treepers, for example, is actually going straight up towards La Driera, up on here on top of this hill instead of going to Monte, because I wouldn't be surprised if they want to hold this here. Yep, like smack dab in the middle of this circle. Lewis might actually end up keeping his compound as well, looting, and I wouldn't be surprised if he moves on up to one of these compounds as well. So very nice circle pop for Dips Free on this so far. Everybody else, like I said, going to their exact drop spots. It looks like all of Silverline couldn't quite make it to Impala, also making do, dropping a little bit closer inside of these big compounds. I mean, there's enough loot happening inside these compounds, so they'll be pretty happy with that as well. And some of them also have a chance to spawn a vehicle as well. See, it looks like this compound does in fact have a car that Greta will be able to use. Stack 8. Oh no, Liam actually driving on up, also wanting to get this compound a little bit early, is going to end up driving up to Treepers. Let's see if he ends up figuring it out. He just peeked on over. He didn't quite seem to see that it's been a little bit looted, so we'll see if Liam will be taken by surprise here. He currently only has a level 1 vest and no helmet. Oh, there we go. He ended up spotting out Treepers there with that angle. Treepers not going to get any damage onto William just yet. It is now probably telling his team, like, hey, there's somebody here. He definitely saw those doors open. He know he's not alone. We can see a bunch of these other teams. Jay Reed already moving. The rest of Dips Free not moving quite yet. I feel like they could make it to their teammate first. But let's see if Chaotic makes it or if Jay Reed makes it first here. And William still moving around, trying to make it so that none of that utility actually hits him, throwing out some gas cans now as well. And he also has a level 1 helmet. Ooh. Here comes the stuns. He's currently blind. There's fire right in front of him, holding him in a very bad location. Here he comes. Jay Reed now joining in on the fight. Treepers deciding not to push up quite yet. Still probably waiting for his teammate. As we can see, though, Chaotic actually didn't go to try and help out Treepers. He went to go pick up Pluis as he's getting crashed on by Nightly Esports. And I wouldn't be surprised if they went and took their teammate to try and head on over to Treepers now in this. It looks like Pluis is not going to actually make it anyway, though. You can see Morns in the kill feed end up finding him out. So Treepers is still alone. Chaotic trying to come on the north side is unfortunately too late. J Reed is going to get the knock onto Treepers here. Is this rotation still going to come through? It is not. Chaotic and J Snow for Life already turning around way too late to try and help their teammate, and now this compound is Tactical 8's. I mean, this rotation happened very fast for them. Unfortunately, Chaotic, I think, had to make the choice between Pluis and Treepers. We didn't get to go in and listen into comms to see why they made that decision. But Nightly Esports going and crashing in on Pluis was just very bad timing for them. It doesn't seem like Pluis had a vehicle either to go help out. But I do think... Not quite sure if they had the potential to get away in that drive away. Like, they got Pluis in time, but otherwise not quite sure if maybe they would have cut some losses if Chaotic got here first and ended up helping out the teammate, killing off Weum, and then Tactical 8 wouldn't have been able to push on this and take them out. They would have had at least one more member, but again, that's all hypotheticals where we can't know quite for sure. But the fact is that Tac 8 still has 4 up and 1 kill. Nightly Esports still has 4 up with 1 kill, and Dips3 are now down to 2. We can see that Unorthodox as well ended up taking Rainbows and this warehouse compound, going to increase the amount of teams in the center here. So just backfilling exactly around where Dips3 were. I mean, they had such a strong start, but all the other teams, since they dropped earlier, got to loot and rotate first. So Dips3 was unfortunately two spread. 2 spread still, but they still have 2. They're now in a building, and as you can see, a bunch more teams are joining them into center. We can see Gang also far to the south, as well as Ascendance. Our furthest team currently is Tiltown, making it slowly, and Shadru being the furthest one from zone currently. Be interesting to see if any of these teams end up running into each other by chance. But as of right now, just this entire center is completely congested. I mean, why they go into the center spot is honestly, like, this zone is probably going to end somewhere in this center right here. I mean, we'll see if any hard shifts end up coming through, but as for right now, these spots are the strongest ones. I wouldn't be mad if someone went and took this compound either, but I wouldn't be surprised if it will be taken by either Silverline or Rise Esports, or even NoCap actually coming down from the north side up here. Going ahead and actually take a look at what everybody is seeing. We can see Unorthodox actually spotted out True Sight to the north on top of that hill, doing a little bit of damage. JLJ now no longer looking over there, spotting out Nightly Esports as well. Probably just trying to do any sort of damage to bother these other teams and making sure that they're not going to come crashing down on them too. And we can see 4Earth is trying to move, figuring out a spot to go, but Yuso Ugly just really wants to destroy that car somehow. And I mean, look at that. He has 301 bullets. He definitely has the bullets to do so, he has the bullets to go on ahead and annoy or destroy these people for as much as he wants. It looks like Silverline and Rise Esports might be having the same ideas when it comes to a rotation. It is going to be Rise, however, that is in front of Silverline. Will Silverline continue on with their path, or are they going to turn it around is the question. There we go. Looks like a few of them spotting them out. Goes to go for some damage. Here we go. G-Price, yeah, spotting out Fox currently on this bike. We can see he successfully got back onto the bike and is over the ridge now. Looks like they actually are going to continue on the rotation to the north here. It is going to be exactly where Rise is. Rise now stopping and putting some bullets towards the direction of Silverline themselves. Definitely did not like that they were getting shot at. They don't like that there are people behind them in their rotation, and now they have the advantage of being the ones to hold Silverline out if they so choose. I mean, Silverline can just continue to go north, however, so we'll see what ends up happening here. Yep, and it looks like Silverline deciding against it are going to, in fact, turn around and go back to the south to this road. I wouldn't be surprised if they went even further south on this. It also looks like TAC 8 now sending out one of their members. Well, I know one of these guys actually just got knocked, but they're sending out Enraged Zealot here all the way up to the top of Monty over here, just so he can probably hold this in case this does in fact shift to this location. He needs to be super careful over here actually, just as a solo though, because usually you see a lot of 2-2 splits. I mean, he does have a bike at least, so if anybody were to come on over, we'll be able to very quickly leave. It also looks like San Diego Rarity and Tiltown on this north side actually found each other out. Ooh, a little bit of a lag there. You can see Evil Pickles just absolutely slewing bullets towards them, trying to take one of them out of their car as they're making a rotation. Looks like Delta might be a little bit stuck here for now. Right beside him is a bike, so he should be able to leave quite easily, but he has to go now. Because, I mean, we heard the others talk about it. This drive-by meta is very strong, so... It's like, so far, he is going to be fine. Yeah, Tiltown not pushing out of their crack here quite yet, but they're going to have to very soon because this zone did, in fact, hard shift, and it's going to hard shift even further to the southwest. It looks like a lot of these teams were in fact ready for this, and Rage Zealot actually being forced out of his spot already by True Sight. So if his team wanted to go over there, they no longer can. I mean, these compounds right below them are free, but it looks like TAC 8 is going to go choose a different location. I wouldn't be surprised if they're actually going to go for this hot dog building here. Now it's just a matter of watching to see if that's exactly where they are going. Looks like those guys on the south side might have been able to beat them here, but this incline is so steep that I won't be surprised if TAC 8 got there first. It seems like so far they are. We am now driving into this compound, getting here at the same time actually as those guys are. We am hearing that instantly, turning around, trying to drive away. Let's see if you cannot redo, spots him out. There we go. He sees all the vehicles driving now up towards the compound that Zealot's already at, going for a little bit of a spray with those barrels. Isn't going to hit for now though. Now pulling out the SLR. Let's see if he can get even a little bit of damage onto them. It only seems like the cars are going to be victims for right now. You can see in the feed even that Dips Free got a knock onto one of the True Sight members. Zolmox currently down, got smacked by J Snow for life here with that car 9. Now trying to spot out another one. Oh, and it also looks like Rise is rotating directly through Nightly Esports. Waratorium is going to be found out by Kite. The rest of Rise further back, Chili, you can see, is trying to shoot towards them, but is actually going to be taken down super low now at 22 HP. The rest of them is still a 3-man, still up. They still have their vehicles, can continue on with a ride rotation, but let's see what they end up doing instead. Not quite sure here. So far they're just staying still. I mean, they have a little bit of time. There we go. Now moving south or north. South or north. Looks like straight east for now. But they're definitely not going to be staying there. And it looks like south it is. They're going to go on ahead and drive straight by Chumasera here to try and find a spot inside of this zone. It looks like another one of TAC 8 got downed again. It seems like a few of them just keep finding, some people just keep finding them here. So they are in fact going to get the res. However, you can see everybody else. There are quite a few edge teams, including Silverline Esports. Actually, VaLor, the first one in line, right behind Boomers here, taking a lot of zone damage. I mean, luckily it's still not the zone that really hurts. We'll end up seeing where they're going to see. VaLor is actually at 23 HP. Was kind of looking in, now trying to heal as the zone is now touching him. Probably going for a quick scout now to tell his team where to go. It'll be interesting to see where they try to decide to actually go to, and why not actually go on ahead and listen to some of their thoughts here. Let's go on ahead and jump into Silverline Esports, especially after that amazing play last game.
Play tight.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah. I'm flying.
Yeah, we're good. Pull up. We're all cool. Relax. All right, we get up here, we restock, get healed. There looks to be some doors open here. There have been a team here, but it's free at the moment. I'm gonna see if anyone's peeking over the top, okay?
Yeah. Can you drop boost, Red? Yeah.
People peeking.
Great
on the
board. Smoking.
Yeah, heard.
Are you safe there, Red?
Yeah, I'm safe.
Go for the res. Go for the res.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys stay down.
If
stay
you
down,
wait till the
be
smoke
passive, be passive.
pokes, I can go around the building.
Yep. Crawl around the building.
Just
They're
playing
still on the
spoil
rock.
at the bottom here. Yeah.
Yeah,
they're
I'm
still
safe
on the
now.
rock.
I'm just holding
We're
here.
good. We're good. We're good.
Nobody else go
Just
down
get the
here.
res.
Yeah. take a
There's
breath.
some grenades.
What, they're up on
coming,
orange,
but
right?
They're not gonna make it. They're on the big rock, but slightly above us.
Big
Hopefully
rock, alright.
they're
Can
just
you
like
hard
on
mark?
green.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, like
copy.
green. Okay.
I've got 4 seconds.
Yeah, still
Wait,
peeking
no.
that head peeking on
I'm
the
gonna
top of
save
it.
our vehicle. I'm gonna save our vehicle.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Still
There's
got
one wrapping left. One wrapping left. 330.
Left hard.
Yeah. He's like in this bowl, like maybe like green.
Yep, seen up on the big rock. Trying to watch right a little
Careful for
bit.
the bowl guy. I'm wrapping down. Greta, do you want to come with me and we'll see if we can get this guy?
Yeah, we can.
You guys just hold up. Keep it on green.
Yeah,
just
yeah. I
keep
think they're close
playing
above me.
time, okay?
I'm not really. There's
Yeah,
a spot
we're
on
going
orange
for
where I
this
can't
guy,
really
we're going for
see.
this guy.
Yeah, they could be wrapping
Give us
right.
comms a
Red,
sec.
can you see?
Give us comms a sec.
Yep.
Peeking above, you see?
Seen.
Ready? Oh shit, sorry, my bad. I fucking. There's one closer. There's one closer.
Yeah. At the rock. On my ping. Blue.
Heard?
Let's grab
Thank
back.
you. Yeah.
Just gonna
Pull
play
back.
this
Pull
game,
back. Yeah. That's popped. We're good. We can play time here. We've got the zone. If we need to, we can always wrap down and east.
Okay, I'm gonna
If
follow
you
up
hold it
that
long
red.
enough,
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
got a
I'm
cheeky
coming.
angle on rock.
If you have any angles, let me get them. Yeah.
Rock tag twice.
Nice.
Good work. Do we know where the far left guy went?
No.
Somebody could have wrapped right. Be careful.
Yeah.
I'm pulling back to you
Watch
guys.
those
I'm pulling back
angles.
tight.
Peek that rock again. Please.
I haven't seen anything else to our west.
We're good. I think they pulled off their guy that peaked here.
Yeah, he's.
Okay,
Oh.
there's the far left. Nice.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
We have to watch this right wrap then too.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm healing inside.
He might be getting shot in the back here.
You heard? Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
right east.
Heard.
From a grenade.
Alright guys, I think that was enough comms for now. I was very much waiting to see if DSAM was going to be more aggressive on that, but it seems like he was playing it a little bit slow, especially because his teammate got in an altercation with VaLor on the west side as well. We can see Wazupi actually just got down from 0 here. The rest of the team now having to deal with the repercussions of that, nowhere near to be able to protect their teammate or go for a res. They're now just going to have to play the rest of this game as a 3-man as Wazupi is slowly bleeding out. And now this fight on the south side is even more desperate because look at that zone. It is pulled up towards La Driera. This fight has to finish soon. Doobie just grabbing a vehicle, seems to try and go for a rotation now. We can see Babbler taking out D-Stem as well here. Sambuca and Doobie now not wanting to be a part of this anymore, trying to get vehicles, leave off of this, probably leaving Silverline, Esports, and VaLor to continue on this fight. Let's go ahead, zoom in on the zone a little bit. We can see actually this fight being held out. Actually, Orion, Esports, and SDR, Ascendance shooting at them, trying to get any of these kills here. But otherwise, SDR currently bleeding out, dying to zone. Let's see if Zen is going to be able to spot out the last member of SDR here, or if they're just fully focusing on Ascendance. Looks like Ascendance, knowing the position that Orion currently is trying to get a little bit of advantage on it, is actually going to drive straight on by. Lucid Freak now coming into the zone here. Let's see if he's going to spot any of them out, but it's going to be Wookie that spots him. He is going to get him down now at 33 HP. 30 HP. Let's see if he can get another one laying down right as Dirty's in hits him. He's now at 1 HP. He needs to get this med off before this zone touches him, but we can see that nade coming in the distance. It will be close enough to take him out, and the answer is yes. That nade that Dirty's in through will eliminate out San Diego Rarity here. Looks like they also ended up taking out one of Ascendance. Gizmac now done. Now just as a 3-man in that small shack inside zone. However, looks like this fight on the south side is in fact blowing up between Silverline and VaLor. Babbler currently down. It's just down to 3 of them. Grant Lantis further to the north, spotting them out. Went for a little bit of a spray there also as a 3-man, so they do have a little bit of an equal footing, except for the fact their teammate Zero is far away with Tilt Town pushing them from behind. It looks like VaLor picking their battles are going to go on ahead and push onto Tilt Town, leaving Silverline alone. Let's see if this nade is going to hit anything inside of all this smoke. It's going to go and bounce directly beside Evil Pickle. It's going to get that nade, get that knock rather, I should say. Now it's just 3 of them up. We can see them throwing in some more util, trying to get out those flushes, trying to blind them. Zero here getting punished actually from Storm. He will be spotted out, but now it's just down to Shadru here. The closest one was Storm behind. Jeppy is going to get the knock on him as well, so now it really is just down to Storm. He currently has an M4, but choosing to boost really quickly as VaLor now pushing on over as the 3-man. Let's see if he can see them here. There is currently smoke right in front of him, getting the flushes out onto his teammates. Might be determined to try and get these kills, though. There you go, spotting both of them out with that 4x M4. Try to go for a spray, but it's actually going to be Tech 8 Enraged Zealot here that's going to take him out, letting VaLor continue on with this rotation. Jeppy currently at 6 HP on that. Zealot probably realizing that this fighting is still happening. I mean, he probably pushed over hearing all that fighting happening, but now he's being forced to run on back to his team because there's currently actually 2 more teams behind them. There you go, Skazga also getting down for Orion. There's just 1 left, and that's going to be Dirty Zen currently getting shot at from Ascendance, Unorthodox, and Tactical 8. Let's see if William will be able to spot him out up here on top. Oh, I think he might have spotted him through all that smoke, trying to throw a nade now. Let's see if that's going to get close enough. Is it going to bounce to him? Not quite. Unfortunately, he's going to be too cooked, but William still is going to spot him out after jumping up on top of that table, and Orion is going to be eliminated. Zone shifting even further around, ganking Orangutan inside of this church. It looks like the fight is now happening on both this northeast and southeast side. Silverline Esports and Rise are going to have to meet as the same as No Cap and Nightly Esports. Let's go on ahead and see what Hazelton for No Cap is going to do on this push over here. Sneak attack is in fact getting a little bit of an alt angle on the bottom there, and it is going to end up working out for him, getting the knock onto Hazelton. The rest of No Cap trying to push on over, spotting out Gribbles here. No Name is going to get the down and the flush as much as possible. There we go. Morn's also taken down, meaning that Nightly Esports is just down to 1. It's going to be Kite. Let's see if Kite will be able to do anything else here because it is a 1v1. There we go. Kite getting spotted out. No Name was taken down to 12 HP, but No Cap is still going to take out Nightly Esports in 12th place. We're now down to 11 teams. This fight on the south side, as mentioned, is now popping off. No Cap eliminated there. Let's see if one of these teams down here will be eliminated too. Looks like they actually ended up getting a little bit third-partied from the team above them, those guys. So now it's just down to Greta the Goat for Silverline. They currently only have 3 kills. Will she be able to get any more off of Rise here? She's playing it very slowly here as all these nades are starting to go into her building. I mean, the other guys, the other 2, Chilla and Fox, currently in the 2-story beside her. Let's see what they end up doing here. I mean, they are slightly inside the zone here, so they can just stay here for a while. Whatever they do, we know that they're going to be being watched. You can see You Cannot Redo is just very aggressively trying to watch that. I mean, any sort of kills you can get, you're obviously going to take advantage of that. Still trying to spot them, and it looks like now they're losing a little bit of interest. I mean, they can stay in there until this next zone shift, but you can see on this north side, however, I don't know what that is. I don't like it. I'm stuck. There we go. The fight actually between Ascendance and True Sight was happening. Unfortunately, that was a weird, I don't know what that was. Spectator bug? Who was I looking at? I'm not sure, but True Sight versus Ascendance. It's going to be True Sight that comes out on top. 4Earth is slowly dying, unfortunately, in the blue zone, but still Hayden and Arson are still alive with 5 kills, and now they're going to go on ahead and try and get more points from this zone. Otherwise, everybody else now having a position inside the zone. You can see even Grant Lantis for VaLor, the last one alive, is just proning right beside this, right beside blue zone. He's scoping and he sees True Sight, but he is going to try and be as quiet as possible. can see Greta is now deciding to go ahead and move. Spotting out Fox. Tried to spray into him, but unfortunately wasn't able to do any damage. Now throwing some stuns. They now know her positioning here. Trying to go for that peek again. Spotting out Fox once again, but taking a lot of zone damage. Now down to half HP. Going to go for a nade play instead. Here we go. Throwing the nade. She saw him wrapping on the left side. Now going for the heal, but unfortunately that blue is going to take her out. There we go. Silverline will be eliminated in 9th place due to the blue zone. Now Rise can focus on continuing their attempted rotation into this, but as you can see, they have a few smokes. Do they have any more? It looks like Chilla does not. Fox still has 3, but if they don't use these smokes now, they are going to just be at the complete mercy of those guys right above them, and of course Doobie and True Sight. There's currently 3 teams that could be shooting at them right now. It did seem like Grant Lantis did try and get some kills onto those guys, but it was not successful. Was ended up getting shot down super low. His vest currently broken. Now being forced to heal inside of the zone. There he goes. You can see peeking for any more kills he can get before he dies. Getting the knock on a You Cannot Redo. Going for the flush. And unfortunately, he is going to be eliminated. I do believe that Rez might come out. No, they're going to have to leave him because of this zone. So it does seem like he is going to get at least a 6th kill. A 5th kill of himself for his team before they were taking out. Here we go. We can see T8 also going for a massive rotation here. Oh, but it looks like I was spectating the car because he wants to spectate a person. Am I right? He is going to be at 9 HP on this, but he does currently have a ridge to be at his disposal. We can hear those guys pushing on up. Spotting out Mr. Cowboy, going for a spray onto him. He needs this knock, but unfortunately does not get it. Will get knocked from Lemon Squeezy behind. If William will be able to get this res onto him, they're still going to have to fight an entire 3-man. There we go. A lot of util coming on up now. But right now, none of these are going to be close enough to hit quite yet. That Molly is spreading, but not close enough for any sort of damage. You can see in the kill feed that Rise ended up dying to blue zone, killing themselves instead of giving themselves as points to True Sight to their north. Ooh, Lemon Squeezy actually getting shot at from Gang Orangutan to the north. Is William going to go for this kill? He is. He goes and gets the flush onto him. They're currently at 18 HP. We can see the zone now pushing them in. They're not inside. Super low as well. What are they gonna do? And Rage Zealot tried to throw out some smokes. Unfortunately, at 16 HP, no longer able to use the car. Is going to die there to Tetra's bullet there. Arson from True Sight and Gang are each going to get a point onto the remaining members of Tactical 8 there. It does look like those guys are going to continue surviving for now in this massive bowl. They kind of are going to be able to heal on up. This zone, of course, shifting even more onto Gang Orangutan. These are our top 4 teams, so we currently have 2 people for those guys, like we mentioned. Let's go ahead and look at this kill ranking. True Sight currently in the top of the kill ranking, just 2 up. Then it's those guys with 2 up. Then Unorthodox with an entire 4-man, and of course Gang Orangutan with a 4-man as well. It seems like Gang was a little bit circle cursed. And you guys know what that means. I mean, they've been in this zone the entire time, not having to worry about rotations or anything like that, but they only have 1 kill. So, like, while they had a really good split and they didn't have to deal with any sort of rotations, unfortunately, they don't have too many kills. You did just see Tetra got a knock into one of them. Sociopath currently down. It looks like they're already getting the res, however. It's kind of ironic that it's the 2 4-mans duking it out while the 2 duos are shooting each other back and forth as well. Tetra definitely hears the people below him. I think this might be a chance for another live comms. That or towards the end we'll end up seeing in a second, as Unorthodox is going to go for a massive push onto this. Here we go, pushing on inside this compound, finally not being able to see them through all the smoke just yet. You can see, actually, yeah, these 2 duos are in fact fighting for it. Looks like Nitrogen is spotting out. Ooh, not even Nitrogen. His teammate spotting out a little bit of the solos over there. Retaliative, rather. But not going to get any downs. Retaliative and Nitrogen trying to protect their south side here as their teammates are fighting an entire 4-man on this north side. It's not looking too good for Ohio, and Tetra now being forced to play all the way up on the top of this wizard tower. You know, I think this is a chance to go jump into Gang Orangutans columns because they're currently in 2 different fights here. I will see you guys very shortly once I find their channel. Here we go.
They're in the back room. They're in the back room.
Of the 1-story?
Yeah, the 1-story. In the back left.
Damn. Church is watching the push. I can't go.
I'm outside, Tetra. I'm on the roof.
Third.
Orange has to move also.
Re-smoking.
There's one backside church on the right, Nitro.
Orange is running to fucking new orange.
Okay. See that? One cross left. One's crossing right.
Church is smoking? Or is that our smokes?
They're smoking me off. But I can't see them.
I'm gonna die for church people. They're running out. I knocked one.
I can't
Out in
see
the
them.
open.
Knocked on your building. Knocked
I'm gonna
on
jump
front of
off.
your building.
You arrest me if I jump off?
No. Let's get some info, dude. It can't. It's 3 seconds.
One got knocked.
We're on slow side. I'm jumping
I
off.
lost my home, so.
Stop crawling.
Oh, the fucking
got my
knock
kill.
was on the open.
Was that insta?
No, it was a knock.
Flush.
I have to heal, so I need this
You have
corner.
smokes? You have smokes? You have smokes?
No.
I have smokes. Is that insta?
Smoke us, bro. No.
I'm smoking.
I'm picking the 1-story. Oh, he's got the 1-story
Shot
already.
for fire.
You bandage.
Healing.
Go.
You run.
One's in
God,
blue.
he's got knocked
He's
from
dead
far.
blue. He just
He
blue.
died. He died.
I'm crawling. You have more smokes? You can rest me.
I'm getting smokes out the body. Hold on.
I'm in the
There's
smoke
none.
right now. I'm in the smoke.
Bro, holy shit, man.
I'm second knock in the smoke.
Go on the other side of me, maybe.
Hey, you have any
30
first aids?
seconds. 30 seconds. No, I think you just run to the ridge, bro. Before we get knocked out
Third.
here. I'm dropping one. Here you go. Might be more on this body. I
Really?
don't know. Where's the other teams, hello?
In the shack and on the ridge.
Back.
Any
Is there
meds
home
on you?
anywhere?
I think it's a, is this a 4-man?
Guys can hear them questioning whether or not this is a 4-man. They're going to figure that out very soon. Ohio now pushing on really close to the last 2 members of True Sight. And I think they might realize that this damage is currently going into True Sight from those guys. So maybe very soon they're going to realize it is in fact not a 4 full man. There we go. 1 Molotov being thrown in, slowly taking down Hayden X and Arson from this Molotov. They will end up spotting them out through the smoke as well. We'll end up seeing here. Looks like they're currently stuck inside of this 1-story of Ohio. Going to go for the push. It spots out Arson here, going for the flush as well. Looks like his teammate ended up pushing on out, getting a little bit of damage, spotting him in the smoke. True Sight is going to be eliminated. Lemon Squeezy also in the meantime getting knocked out by Tetra. And now it is a 1v4. And it is going to be Gang Orangutan that wins our second Miramar game with 7 kills. I do believe they might have also gotten the $32. That was amazing play by them. It was very interesting to go on ahead and listen to their comms that they were trying to deal with 2 different teams that are kind of pressuring them. I mean, the pressure from Unorthodox was undeniably even higher, especially as 2 of their teammates were currently stuck on the north side outside of zone, but True Sight right behind them. You could see that bullets, 2 of them in that center building were turning both ways, throwing bullets to try and hold both teams off. I think I'm amazed at how calm they were, so that was very interesting to see. We could see Ohio with 4 kills, Tetra with 3 of them. As for other notable killers, you can see Hayden X with 4, Arson with 3, and then a bunch of 2s and 1s across the board. Oh, and Grey Atlantis actually for VaLor with 5 kills as well. So I will be right back with our last Miramar game for tonight. Don't go anywhere. Be right back with the leaderboard.
I've been dreaming. She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
Hello, everybody. This is SpanCargo. Welcome. I'm here being your caster for Quarantine League Season 7. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to go into our last Miramar game of Day 2. But first, let's go on ahead and take a look at that leaderboard. It is now should be updated as per usual. Go on ahead and take a new look at it. I think we do have a new first place team. That is definitely correct. Look at their VaLor now in first place with 74 total points. 1 point off is, in fact, no cap, being pushed out of first place. So let's see if that might be temporary or not. We'll find out this game. But then Ascendance Esports in third with 67, then SDR with 66, Orion 62, Gang with 54, Nightly with 52, and Technical 8, of course, in 8th with 48 points. Let's go on ahead and take a look at our playing path as we're going into our last Miramar game, as mentioned, and as per usual, use the commands if you guys want to see more details on this. Here we go. Look at that plane path. I mean, definitely not as good as the last one, but not as bad as our first game today. So all these teams, I do believe, are going to be able to reach their spots as per usual. I mean, this one is, to be honest, fairly similar to the last one, so I don't imagine seeing anybody being super upset after seeing this. I mean, of course, our San Martin team is going to have to stretch for it, but they should be able to make it there. Let's go ahead and actually zoom in. Looks like Tiltown going to their usual top northeast compounds. SDR going to their usual cruise. Rise going around Junkyard. See Silverline Esports going for Impala, Orion, True Sight. Everybody jumping on out. No cap going around. The Minos, Generalis, Split. Our two teams going to Los Leones once again. Yeah. You know when you see this that everything's right in the world, am I right? I mean, seems like some teams did in fact figure it out after our first day, rather, I should say. Because, I mean, if you guys remember, like, Unorthodox, for example, they ended up having some people around them at Power Grid, keeping them a little bit of company. Hello, it looks like Haydenix actually seeing some of the members currently dropping for San Martin with their long drop, trying to get damage or knock onto that with that barrel spray, but unfortunately isn't going to catch much, especially not without a sight or a scope. So VaLor is going to continue to drop quite safely. Yep, they're all at 100 HP, so Trusay aren't going to get an early knock just yet, but in an entirely different circle. So far we've had in 3 super different zones for our 3 games. This one is going to go up to the northeast, centering around San Diego Rarity's spot. This will definitely be interesting to see what happens here, especially on these rotations. Everybody on the very far side, so our teams Ascendance and Gang Orangutan and TAC 8, they're going to have a long rotation ahead of them. The question is, will they go straight in or will they be making a rotation around on the west side? I have a feeling the answer is west, but we'll end up seeing, we can see that Dips Free currently grabbing a car to go to Monte are going to have a late rotation as well, as they haven't even looted anything just yet. But other than that, let's go on ahead and take a look at our new first place team, why don't we? So VaLor, I mean, they're the San Martin teams. Let's take a look at what they have so far. I mean, Colton looks like he's going the 5.5 way. I mean, my favorite guns are definitely the M4 and Mini. Looks like they're also kind of looking at the map as they go. Currently doesn't have too much armor. Looks like teammate Zero currently really likes the 7.6 meta. On the other hand, completely different. There we go, with a little bit more armor, but still needing a level 2 helmet. JPM also a 7.6 going for that vehicle. Are they going to start the rotation already is the question. Then, of course, Grant Lantis here with at least a barrel, now picking up a little bit more ammo. It does seem like he has an SKS as well. They only have one 5.5 player. That, or it could just be, you know, the loot that they found so far. But those, yeah, first place team just chilling out inside San Martin. I mean, they grabbed the vehicle spawn, currently chilling for now, continuing on with their looting. I mean, they don't have to move quite yet. We can see from the zone, though, that all the guys that do have this massive prio have already sent out some people to search for better spots. For example, Dirty Zen for Orion going and pushing all the way to the south compound. Here we can see True Sight, Zolmox, and teammate Arson taking a bus on over to this next compound. Will they stop here? Will they go further is the question, because if they go further, they might find themselves a Dirty Zen. It looks like they're not heading towards that compound, though. They might be heading on up to this mountain to go for some sort of a scout. But surely Zen has heard them by now. There we go. A little bit of a spray onto them with his AR. Gonna jump on out now, knowing that there's at least one person in this compound. Dirty Zen is a little bit in trouble, realizing he can't stay here. What if he gets crashed? He's gonna go on ahead and grab his buggy and make an escape. Zolmox and Arson now might be in pursuit of this is the question. Yeah, we can see Arson here currently driving the bus, continuing just straight up pushing where Zen is going, crashing onto this compound. This compound is super strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to fight for this. spraying towards Dirty Zen. Only a little bit of damage onto him. He's going to switch out his car to a bike so he can make a faster escape. But he is going to get away with his life for now. It seems he's going to go on ahead and meet back up with the rest of his team as TrueSight now claims this really good compound and a really good off-center position here. Restricting play area in 5 seconds, it said. It looks like SDR and Tiltown are right next to each other. Lucid Freak trying to make a little bit of an escape in his Murado. A little bit of damage onto him from them as they're going to pull on forward here. Oh, Murados, man, they get stuck on everything. I understand your pain. It looks like he might actually be missing a tire as well, which definitely doesn't help much. The Lucid Freak not going to be able to hold the top of Cruz. Is going to have to back up to his teammates. You can see VaLor actually making a little bit of a needle, threading the needle, as I'd like to say, through SDR and TrueSight. Jeppy aim actually super low HP. Let's see if N8 will be able to get involved in this. It looks like he was just running to try and grab that buggy. Not going to get involved with anybody else here as VaLor's actually sending it up here. Do they know that it's already occupied by TrueSight? I have a feeling the answer is no. Will they continue to go? There is a question. Oop, now they know. VaLor down to 10 HP after that spray. Just one more bullet will take him down. Let's see if they can get this knock. And it is, in fact, going to get knocked from Evil Pickle. Evil Pickle himself was a little bit punished on that from SDR as he was peeking over, but at least he got one knock. It looks like Savage or Pickle might try and go for the knock, the kill onto him. They spotted him out, chucking the nade, trying to secure that. It's gonna actually bounce a little bit too far, unfortunately, for the flush, but he should slowly be able to bleed out down there. The only question is, will SDR be able to steal it? But it doesn't seem like it. On the far south side here, it looks like our Boomer friends and NoCap actually ended up running into each other. Seems like NoCap lost out Hazelton. Boomers all still 4 up on down here. So getting spotted out, actually. Trying to spray them a little bit with their AKs, but not going to quite get anything as they're making a rotation to the south. They don't want to fight this anymore. Boomers are going to have to figure out another way inside of this zone. NoCap, on the other hand, they do have the front forward advantage. They can continue with the rotation and get a better spot than them, or they can try and continue to hold them off. They are currently retreating. We can see that actually TrueSight, they have a really nice split here. They sent 2 to go play inside Cruz in case it shifts that direction, and they have 2 playing this compound out in the center that the zone actually favors as well, I would like to point out. So no matter what, where the zone shifts, if it's up here, they both of these spots have a really nice location. Unfortunately for them, they do have to be careful because these 2 locations are very wanted. So if they don't play this very carefully, leave or crash on each other appropriately, they could be in for a lot of trouble. We can see an 8 for SDR getting currently, looks like he was getting shut up from Rise, ended up backing up a little bit. He does seem to want some sort of damage onto him. I would also like to point out that poor VaLor, they did actually make it inside Cruz, but I think that might be their another knock. Actually, looks like Zero was in fact flushed, and Jeppy was trying to get the res onto it. It's just Grantlantis and Jeppy. That's so unfortunate. They were in these little compounds, and they're getting absolutely slaughtered by TrueSight and Tiltown above them. I wouldn't be surprised if SDR got a little bit involved too. But it looks like now they're just going to be down to 2 members. I think their other teammates died not too far away, so that's just an unfortunate rotation for them here. For everybody else, we can see, yeah, Ascendance and Gang, both of 2 of the far teams, and Dipsfree actually making that wide west rotation like predicted, but they are currently driving towards some members of Orion. Where are they going to go is the question. Are they going to run into them? Will Orion end up leaving them alone? Because it currently is Kanka and Wookie alone while Dirty Zen and Skaska are off somewhere else. It looks like they're actually going for a little bit of a piece of candy. They have a sweet tooth. Other than that, yeah, other than that, it's just Nightly that's currently outside of this zone. Did this crate get looted is the question. It does look like it did, actually. We can see an M4 on the ground. Who got it? It seems like one of Silverline might have a nice shiny gun now. and it looks like it is going to actually be, in fact, Greta the Goat that has it. She has an AUG along with some level 3 gear on the rotation to the north side, and luckily for them with this north rotation, it is actually working out because this zone shifted super far to the north. Greta, not the only one with a shiny toy. It's also going to be Dirty Zin with the Groza. So it's a 5.5 weapon and a 7.6 weapon. How appropriate. But all these guys on the south side here still fighting, still trying to figure out their way in, and going to be forced to figure it out faster because, as you can see here, Ascendance coming on and Orion coming in dipstry. Everybody is now making their rotations to a better spot. It looks like Zolmox and teammate now leaving their previously very centered compound, trying to meet up with 4Earth and Haydenix here. Let's go look at the rotation from Ascendance. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to stop? I mean, if they realize this compound is open, they might in fact go ahead and take that. But for right now, they seem to just be driving around, wondering where to go. I'm very curious as to how they are currently playing this game, because as you can see from the 4 members, Zraven is not one of them, and he's usually their IGL. So I do believe Gizmac is actually an IGL, so I wonder if he's IGLing for Ascendance today. But right now, they seem to have spotted out Dipstry, currently putting a lot of damage into Chaotic, actually, who was trying to find a place to play on top of that hill, now being shot at by Orion. If they shot him off, they might be able to go and take it for themselves, but they have to be very careful from their positioning here. Right behind them is Gang Orangutan. The rest of Dipstry also trying to meet up with their teammates. Let's go ahead and look at the very south side here, because I mean, I swear every time we look at the map, Attack 8 and No Cap are down here, and it looks like they're continuing to actually be down here. Looks like maybe William and Destinator 4 technically might be actually stuck inside of the shanty compound. No Cap was holding them out for a while, but now realizing how far the zone is, realizing it's not worth it starting to leave. Do they have a vehicle is the question. It does seem like they do, but it might be unusable. Only one tire is missing, but it looks like they're not a fan of it, so they might just try and get picked up from their 2 other teammates to try and get inside the zone. It might be really hard. It'll be interesting to see where they think would be free. But otherwise, everybody does seem to actually gotten over the growing pains. I mean, everybody somehow managed to get inside the zone and find a really good place to play for themselves for now. I mean, as per usual, the next zone shift that makes it smaller, cuts out at least a lot of land, you know, is going to make the next rotation, make some people leave their temporary homes and try and find new ones. There we go. It does look like Tech 8 is now moving in on the direct south side. Luckily for them, I mean, Nightly Esports and Rise are there, but if they do make more of a western rotation, they should be fine. Currently, Gribbles looks like he was trying to find a better place for them to play, getting shot at by Unorthodox. And as you can see here, No Cap trying to find a place to play, going and trying to take Oldless's Boomer's compound here. Oldless now taking one of the buildings, actually takes him down by Sambuca. Tried to go for the flush there, but Sambuca is actually going to get knocked from D-Stem? Sambuca now taking a lot of damage himself. It looks like D-Stem was trying to help by shooting through the window, but instead ended up not helping out too much. It's now just D-Stem left as No Name and Pluber trying to go for the res onto Oldless. But let's see if D-Stem will be able to get a flush onto this. Throwing a nade inside of that building. Will he be able to hold them off so he slowly bleeds out is the question. Oh, and that nade actually landing directly on top of D-Stem is going to take him out of the game. So now it really is just down to Wazuppy, unfortunately. What is he going to do is the question. Looks like he's going to see the zone and not care that his entire team was just killed by 3 members of No Cap. He does not want to get involved as a solo. He's going to instead try and go for the rotation and see if he can survive somewhere else as a solo. Looks like in the very center here, looks like Silverline and TrueSight tried to push for the same compound at the same time. Greta is going to be the one that successfully makes it here, getting a lot of damage taken onto her from Zolmox here. Looks like Greta is going to make it inside. Babbler, unfortunately, not as lucky. There we go, getting the knock onto Arson, too. Silverline now just down to 2 members. I believe TrueSight is in the same situation. We can see Haydenix here Yep, it's now down to Forex and Haydenix. Will they get the res onto Zolmox is the question. Will they get some more knocks onto Silverline? Currently, Greta the Goat and Red Rider, if they continue to push inside one of these buildings, it will be a 1v2. They need to continue to play this together, or they might just play this as relaxed as possible. We can see Babbler slowly crawling towards them in the distance, maybe hoping he can get res as he's currently on his first bleed. There we go. Looks like Zolmox did successfully get resed as well. Brother Goat and Red Rider just throwing out some smokes to see if Babbler can crawl into them. Otherwise, they're not going to be going far. We can see Babbler actually shooting at Red Rider as well. Trying to get involved in this, see if they can take any kills that they can get. I'm very worried about this. Red Rider going on over. He's actually successfully going to get it onto Babbler here. Looks like the rest of True Sight not super aware of where Silverline is. Zolmox needs to be careful here because like we already know, VaLor is watching this very intently. Greta with that 3 armor and crate weapon. We can hear people coming closer in the distance. Let's go on ahead and take a look. Oh, Babbler actually just not making inside zone, gets knocked right on the half wall. Looks like now he's going to continue to crawl for it. Zolmox actually going to be peeking out and spotting them out. He's going to get the flush on a Babbler and takes down Red Rider. Red Rider now trying to crawl towards the door. Unfortunately, he's going to be taken out by Zolmox. Greta Go does get a knock into Haydenix, but here we go. 4Earth now pushing inside of her compound. Greta, knowing that he's here, tries to throw out some util. Not sweating each other out immediately. Gets a nice headshot onto Greta here. Is he going to push off? That is the question. Is he going to wait for Zolmox? It looks like Zolmox is now getting closer. Let's see what he can see. Now peeking inside of her room. Unfortunately, there is a bus inside of his way. So he's going to throw on ahead and chuck a molly in there for Earth. Knowing that she has to push out, spots her out. And Silverline will be eliminated in 15th place. Here's Hilt. True Sight, on the other hand, down to 2 members. It looks like they will be able to get the res onto Haydenix as well. So they continue the game as 3. And they also still have a spot inside zone. On the north side here, we can see a fight between Ascendance, Esports, and Dips Free has popped off. One nade actually landing directly on top of them, taking them all down pretty low. Jason for Life actually peeking out of the window, was taken down from that chaotic falling shortly after. It is now just Pluis and Treepers both getting vehicles, trying to get away. I don't think Treepers may be able to use his vehicle anymore. Now slowly rolling away as he's trying to heal. Don't move anymore is his hope. It looks like Ascendance down. Still up, still with 4 up, has 2 kills under their belt now. I'm surprised that there is actually still 14 teams alive in this small circle. That's definitely going to change by the time this zone finishes closing. I mean, you can see so many teams now making just random rotations to try and find somewhere to play. Flax, for example, for those guys driving straight up to Orion. In the distance, we can, of course, see Tilt Town and the teams inside crews getting involved, doing a lot of damage to Flax, and it's actually going to be Stone Storm that takes him down as Orion tried to throw some nades. The rest of, oh my goodness, the rest of those guys landing directly on top of Dips Free is just down to Pluis left at 8 HP. Will he get shot from the distance or will he spot out Lemon Squeezy? Unfortunately, he was just too low, so Dips Free will be eliminated. It is now just Lemon Squeezy left for those guys. Ascendance probably smelling blood, might want this kill, but they can't stay out here for too much longer. We can see the other 2 are currently trying to find a spot to play inside zone. It looks like they have found themselves a little bit of a spot on this ridge. Beck was taking it down at the last moment, but throwing out some smokes might be able to get the res onto him there. There we go. Everybody else now joining in. I'm a Leaf actually going for a little bit of a spray onto the last member of those guys. Looks like he's trying to do it back. Who will win it? Oh, and I'm a Leaf ends up eliminating those guys with that beautiful headshot spray drive-by. That's just a mouthful. I don't even know what to say, but now Ascendants have a bigger worries to worry about. As you can see, Evil Pickles now pushing out for Tilt Town on top of this plateau, trying to throw any sort of util. Surprisingly not getting punished quite yet. Now getting spotted out by Super Gizmac, getting involved too. Evil Pickle is now below half HP. Will I'm a Leaf with that 8x mini be able to spot him out, or is he fine for now is the question. It looks like he won't be able to push out and see anything else because Orion can see him if he goes any further. Gizmac currently downed and flushed out actually from Orion as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at this zone again. So many teams now pushing on top of each other. We can see down here on the south side as well, No Cap versus SDR. Who do we watch? Old List was just taken down, N8 down. Looks like these trades are kind of equal so far, but SDR now just down to Delta and Lucid Freak. Unfortunately, Delta is going to take a lot of damage from the fire and from that explosion, but will be able to get the heal off now, just stuck inside of this burning building. Lucid Freak, on the other hand, is too far away to be able to help his teammate. A bunch of nades actually coming out. He spots out Ploob a little bit there, but he stops peeking. Now going for a little bit of a heal. He has found himself a nice little cranny to be able to heal himself there, trying to back off of this. He now has to play this as a solo. Old List getting the rest onto No Name. Ploob still trying to hold it as well. But I don't think Ploob is going to do anything aggressive until the rest of his team will be able to join him. That is exactly what's happening. Delta now pushing further into the building. Oldest and Ploob might push on this more aggressively. Oh, and the nade actually landing right beside him. Will take him down to around half HP, but it looks like he's going to continue trying to play here. Gets spotted out from Old List. Trying to use stuns now. Trying to back out of the building once again. Ended up successfully blinding him, but now getting shot from far away. Will No Cap get this kill, or will someone else from far steal it? There you go, a little bit of damage from Chilla, actually taking him down to 30. He's going to have to go on ahead and heal. Again, No Cap, I think they don't have any idea where he is. They're not quite sure, so they're not being able to push aggressively on this, but they have to soon because the zone is coming in, and oh my goodness, Nightly Esports crashing straight into two different teams. And VaLor. VaLor is going to be the first one taken out. I'm a Leaf now, spotting out Nightly Esports. You can see Morn's now at 33 HP, is the last one alive for Nightly. Currently still getting shot at. You can hear the bullets going back and forth. It looks like Maji is the last one alive for Ascendance. Oh no, Beck is still alive too, but will he get the res onto I'm a Leaf is the question, as Stone Storm is upstairs above them. I apparently can't click on them. Hello? I just don't know what's happening here. So many of these guys. Here you go. Tilltown still alive. Actually blind at 5 HP. Tried jumping outside of this building. It looks like it's kind of fooling Maji a little bit for now. I don't know if he has any more util to be able to chuck onto that. He in fact does not. So Stone Storm is going to be able to survive up there for now. Morn's actually taking a lot of damage from the team afar, which is True Sight. There you go, Stone Storm being spotted out a little bit from Maji. Unfortunately, Maji is up here alone, playing a little bit of ring around the rosy. They just keep going inside, upstairs, out the window, downstairs, upstairs. Maji now trying to play this very carefully, holding that a little bit, spotting out Stone Storm in the back, and Tilltown will be eliminated, taking a lot of zone damage right now. Oh, it's a bunch of damage from Zomax as well. Is he inside zone there? The answer is no. Morns is going to have to leave soon as well. Looks like the fight down here between Delta and No Cap has ended. Delta taking out another member, but is not going to be able to move anywhere else except on this half wall. It looks like Maji was in fact taken down as well, leaving Beck to be the last one alive for Ascendance. Will he go for the res? You can see he's already throwing out some smoke, so maybe it looks like Morn's actually taken out from the zone as well. Unfortunately, was not able to pop a heal in time. Delta taking out No Name with that 8x mini as well. He currently does not have a helmet, so he has to be super careful. If Beck even hits him once in the head, San Diego Rarity will be down to one more member. There you go, Ploob actually taking the kill onto Maji. Beck spotting out Delta, doing a lot of damage to him. Currently trying to hide at a tree, but it will be taken down. Will he get the flush as well as the question? Now, unfortunately, he is not. It's going to be Ploob that goes on ahead and takes that. So Ascendance still only with 6 kills. I mean, 6 is still pretty good, but now just down to Ploob as well for No Cap. We can see the zone shifting even further. It's really only Lucid Freak in here with Rise Esports on the very south side. It does look like we have a few big teams, but it's only Unorthodox that has the full 4. And now Orion is pushing on the True Sight. Sodding on Haydenix takes him down way below half HP, but does not get the knock, unfortunately for them. So there is still going to be a 2v1 if True Sight and Orion are to fight. Skaska now realizing the situation, throwing out some smokes. I think he might realize that he needs to back up off of this. Nope, he's going to actually pull forward as Sociopath is getting involved, doing damage, and unfortunately, he did not see 4Earth in time. 4Earth definitely saw him, though. Orion will be eliminated, and now a 3-man versus a 4-man fight will come into play. TrueSight versus Unorthodox. Zolmok's getting a lot of damage onto one of the members over there, being that Sociopath. Now they can go ahead and push in on these bulls. Looks like actually they're playing this super split. The other 2 members of Unorthodox running right up to Rise Esports. You can see JLD prepping some sort of util, and Nade probably going to go on ahead and land directly over their heads. Unfortunately, he's going to go too far to do any damage. That Nade not going to be far enough either. But if they push on this without the rest of their team, they could be in for a massive disaster. You can see JLD actually getting the shot in the back as well from TrueSight to the north, so they're not going to be able to do anything off of this for now. See Chilla also taking damage from TrueSight, trying to push on over to see anything from a little bit of an alternate angle, but he can't quite, and now he's at 34 HP, being forced to heal as well very soon. You can see here, this is currently a game of 3 solos and 3 3-men. Everybody is currently just playing their spots for now. The zone is going to close very soon, making people go back into action. You can see Beck might be actually the only person that doesn't have a nice spot inside zone. He's opting to lay on down and play these ridges just inside zone here. I mean, as a solo, you want to try and be as sneaky as possible. If he's going to push any further inside zone, he is going to have to be careful for snakes in this desert. There we go. This zone going to shift even smaller. I mean, it's still centering. Unorthodox are going to have to be... I mean, Lucid Freak not having to move at all. Beck and Plube definitely going to have to. Let's see if Beck will maybe spot out Plube. But everybody else, it seems like Unorthodox, JLD and Yiso Ugly might be in really good position, but they have to hold out both TrueSight and Rise. I feel like Unorthodox might be in a very pinched position here. Everybody else not going to move quite yet because they want everybody else inside this zone to fight, because they can see that there's still 12 alive, and that is not enough. They do not want to get out in 6th place and only get that amount of placement points. How many is that? 2? Unacceptable. That's what they're saying to themselves, so they want to try and stay alive for as long as possible. You can see Casey currently trying to hold a little bit of a left angle here, waiting to see if Unorthodox tries to push onto them, but Yiso Ugly and JLD doesn't seem inclined to quite yet, especially because of TrueSight hanging just to the north of them. I feel like all these guys kind of have each other at a stalemate. It's just a question of who's going to get the knock first at this point. There you go. You can see Casey may actually be getting interested. Oh, Ascendance is actually going to be taken out from the blue zone. I think maybe he was shot from somebody, or he may have just decided to die out there. Not quite sure. Unorthodox kind of moving their vehicle a little bit, trying to move around, showing that they're still there to try and scare others away. Casey now actually... No, don't do this to me. Why does this happen to me? There we go. It looks like we're down to our top 4. It looks like No Cap was just taken out. Our other solo spotted as well. Haydenix with the AUG is going to spot him out and get the kill onto him. TrueSight ended up pushing further to the north. Unorthodox still on this far west side, and Rise now fully taking the south side. Yiso Ugly taking down Casey, actually. Now there's just 2 left for Rise in this position. We're probably going to go on ahead and listen into one of these qualms quite shortly here. We can see that all of them can see these guys, so Rise are currently definitely in the worst spot here. Oh, the rest of TrueSight spawning out on Unorthodox as well. With this zone about to pop, it's going to show who has the most advantage here, and it's actually going to go further to the south, so TrueSight are going to have to be the next ones to fight their way in. They know exactly where Fizzle is. Let's go on ahead and watch from TrueSight's perspective for a while and listen in what they are saying.
He moved New Orange. He's going south.
My 1 molly right now.
One still on mark. Southwest,
I
southwest.
have really low 7s.
Okay.
On your rock, or attack twice.
I'm mollying it. I'm mollying
I'm standing over you.
I'm banded.
Be careful, LOS to Shack.
I can prone fine here.
He's still one on block.
Hey, I'm medding. I'm medding as well. They're trying to nade me. Popping flashes. We might have to clear these guys off this rock. I'm gonna smoke the side.
You might need to look. You might need to look at them. Hey, Donix, when
I'm
you can.
smoking the sides of the rock right now. They could still peek on top. We don't have any hard util on this?
No.
I think Shaq can still play out. Can we play more passive high short hay?
Shack's safe. If those guys have to push southwest to get away from you, if they have to push southwest, they'll be LOS to Shack.
How many firsts do you guys have?
I have one. Shaq's smoking out. Left side Shaq on the ridge.
Keep eyes on west.
They can't peek down on us here.
Knocked one on my mark on the tree. We can pick above maybe.
They have a massive boulder there, man.
Don't
Shack's on zone.
Keep eyes on west, just in case.
I mean, zone up here.
One was on this rock.
He threw a pan.
He threw a pan.
I'm pushing clear.
Okay. Oh, I can pick right side right now. Do we have any?
Got 3,
Another pan.
2.
There's one.
Tag low.
Behind ridge.
He's knocked.
One knocked.
Oh no, that's not him though.
No, there's two. There's two.
Yeah, I thought that was the one who got knocked.
I'm flashing.
I shack cables to your left forward. Watch out.
I can't push.
I'm watching Shaq.
This
You
is
guys
my
push
only,
your LOS to Shack.
Well, can we hold these guys for free?
Hold it
This
here.
guy's dead. Shack's last guys, I think. Yep, Shack's last.
I'm healing.
I'm smoking towards zone.
He's on right hay bell.
Smoke the zone
No,
now.
left hay bell. He's going around back to Shack.
I'm smoking my way to the shack.
One is on the ridge left side of the shack.
One's right hay bell.
If you get somebody closer, they're gonna have to move here pretty soon.
First aiding.
I'm moving.
I'm moving forward.
Forrest got a spot.
No one's peeking.
Left shack.
I'm healing.
I'm low.
Left shack knocked.
3v1.
I'm bandaging.
I'm just watching.
I'm pushing the shack.
He's left side shack.
Good.
We have him stuck.
All right.
He just denied.
Yep.
Good win. Let's go.
Let's go, boys. Nice.
And there we go. We got to listen into some live comms onto True Sight as they were dealing with having to push inside of that very hard zone there. It went super south and they were definitely super north. They ended up taking out the team right beside them, and for the win it is going to be Rise going out in second place actually to blue zone. They definitely had them pinned there on that shack. Really good play, very good comms for them. I mean, they had to push over that hard ridge right when they needed to. So Zolmox with 5 kills, Haynix with 4, Firth with 2. A very good job for True Sight. Other notable killers, of course, is going to be Fox, Sociopath with 2, Yusoka with 2, Ploob with 2, we can see No Name with 2 as well, Majiggle with 3, a bunch more 2s and 1s on the kill feed as well as Storm with 4 kills. Very good job. After this, we're now going to go into the forest. We're going to see some grass. We're going to see you on Erangel. See you guys very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you, but somehow I keep running back to you, back to you. You'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. like a phantom. I don't own that house in the Hamptons, and my 2 chains ain't gold at all. I can't buy you a diamond necklace. Being good with money takes practice, but somehow I don't mind at all. Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Girl, let me show you the paper. I can buy that house for you later, but you say you don't need that at all. This world is ours for the taking. Just me and you got me thinking. I swear we already.
Hello everybody, I'm SpanCargo. We're about to get into our first Erangel game of tonight. So we're on game 4. That means after this we'll only have 2 more games of day 2 of Quarantine League. Super excited to get into it, see if there's a little bit of a different gameplay happening here. I mean, it's an entirely different map. See if there's any teams that shined better in Miramar or Erangel, you know, that whole thing. But let's go ahead and take a leaderboard. Take a look at the leaderboard before we go ahead and look at the plane path. Go ahead and let that load for a second. Let's see if maybe did the top change? And it did. Again, no cap going on ahead. They're not happy that their first place spot was taken away from them, so they're gonna go ahead and take it back in first place with a total of 81 points. Right behind them is VaLor in second place now with 77, and Ascendance Esports hanging on to that third place. Very good at 75 points. Those are our top 3 for now. Top 3 is where the money is at. We're going to see if that continues to change in these last 3 games tonight. Let's go ahead and take a look at our plane path as people are currently jumping on out. Very happy as well because this is in fact a very nice plane path. You can see that it is all the way down there, starting right next to Primorsk, going up and ending near Stalberg Kameshki. Almost immediately Rise is going to go on ahead and jump and take that entire west side split like they usually do. Looks like one of them is going for the vehicle by this Prio building that them and Boomers have been contesting for this entire time. Looks like Sambuca is going to be the one that goes for it this time as well. Let's see who's going to win this. Is there an extra vehicle? No, there is not. So let's see who is going to win this drop is the question. It looks like Casey going for it. Maybe Sambuca is not wanting to go for it anymore. That is exactly what is happening. Casey is going to win that for Rise, as Sambuca is now going to be forced to continue on with trying to make their shoot makeup go as far as possible. Go to that compound without a vehicle for now. Everybody else, on the other hand, as you can see, super spread out in their usual places. Not seeing too much newness here. I mean, like I expressed in the last game, this is exactly what usually happens. The only contestation that has been happening in this map was that Prio building car spawn. There are 2 teams in Yasnaya, of course, and then the contestation for vehicles between Orion and No Cap on around shelter split here. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. I mean, we saw something like crazy, I believe, last time, but it looks like Orion is going to be grabbing most of the vehicle, while Old List did in fact get one going ahead and driving into that compound to play from. But it does look like Plube from No Cap did take new compound, but Orion luckily not going to be interested in going there whatsoever. Is going to continue on south to loot around Farm Milta probably. It looks like our Yasnaya team's also taking their usual split with Gang Gang Orangutan more on the north side, while Ascendance is more on the southeast. We can see our first zone shift actually is only going to contain like 4.5 teams basically here. Going to be centering around Rises and Boomers location. We can see VaLor there on the north side and Tilltown taking bridge. Luckily nobody is on Military Island. I do believe Dips Free usually goes there, but this plane path was a little bit too far, making them have to go to Stalberg Kameshki instead for their alt drop. but everybody on this. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what buildings they're going to prioritize here as the place that they want to try and continue playing for these zones. For Rise, I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to move on up to Casey and play that building. As for Boomers, I mean, Sambuca definitely has the more centered location. They're up here by this llama mountain, but remember, at some point this water is going to be taken out, the water and unplayable areas, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on that and see where the best position is for them to go ahead and play at. As for everybody else, it looks like they're all happily looting in their locations. I mean, as for like macro play on this, it's going to be just a whole lot of good luck. I mean, basically one entire third of this zone is water, so there's definitely way less locations for these teams to be able to play. The majority of these teams outside of this zone are going to have to be rotating next to each other. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these teams just don't make it inside of the zone, or even if they make it inside the zone, don't make it to a spot where they're going to be able to play from. All these teams probably going to try and play it a little bit safe if they're far away playing onto the edge, but everybody else that are right next to it might end up sending it further in. We'll have to end up watching and seeing. As we can see here, they have about 1 minute and 20 seconds before this zone starts moving. In about like 10-20 seconds, this is when all the early rotators start going out. We can already see that Gang Orangutan, one of our early rotators, already leaving. Yasnaya going for a more northern rotate. They're probably going to go in and try and get into zone from one of these bridges by Georgia Pole. VaLor already leaving their South Georgia Pole location as well, going to go prioritize the south side. I mean, it's usually safe to say that people on the south aren't there. So as we can see, Rise did in fact put 3 up on this Prio compound. I mean, this compound, it's insane how many zones actually pull to around this area. So they're definitely going to be banking on that, putting 3 in that compound for now, hoping for those kinds of zone shifts. Their other member, as you can see, is all the way down here inside Quarry. Right above them is going to be Boomers. You can see D-Stem and Wazepi kind of running out. They're probably interested in that compound, checking to see if there's anybody there, but otherwise they're going to be playing this Wizard Tower, which isn't really a place to play as much as a scouting location. So from there, they're going to have to find a better spot. You can see VaLor already sending it in right towards the center. Nightly Esports are going to be the next one in. And it looks like Stonestorm actually for Tiltown ended up swimming all the way out into the water to pick up a crate. So it does seem like he decided to grab the gun as well. Can't quite tell what it is. He does have an M4. What is your secondary gun, sir? I can't quite see it. It actually... Is that an OM? That is in fact an OM. So it looks like Tiltown are going to be the proud owners of an OM. Very interestingly, we can see SDR is actually going for a rotation on this beach. So will they catch up to Stonestorm or not? It does seem like they definitely saw them on this rotation. In Delta is sending it past first here. But Stonestorm safely inside this compound, probably not going to end up being crashed on by SDR. We can see Savage trying to protect him a little bit from afar, sending bullets, trying to dissuade them from getting any closer. And of course, in the kill feed, we saw a knock coming on out. It looks like all the way over here by Melta. Orion's also starting the rotation here. I did the Control-Z to go see where that knock happened, but instead we just saw someone rotating. Not quite sure where that knock ends up coming out. But everybody else now slowly making their rotation in. I mean, this zone is moving quite fast at this rate. Nobody wants to be out here for too long. You know, I actually do like Orion's thoughts here. I mean, they went and they looted out Farm and Milta, and knowing that Military Island was too far away, they're going to go on ahead and actually use it as their main rotation path, because they probably know that so many people are going to be contesting all of this directly inside. I mean, right now it's actually completely empty, ironically, but they're going to go on ahead and be safe and take that military rotation. They just need to be careful that those guys aren't going to stay there, maybe potentially attempt to camp them out here. here right above that gas station. But as for now, they're going to continue on their rotation. Would be surprised if those guys actually went and took this compound or something further. This non-existent compound, this plot of land right here. Oh, there it is. We can see that Gang Orangutan actually now making it inside the zone, getting a little bit of a skirmish with VaLor. Colton currently at 72 HP, taking a little bit of damage, trying to shoot at Gang with only a 3x SLR. I mean, Tetra, it seemed like he did stop at the mountain right beside him, but now he's continuing his rotation as well here. Are you going to make it up that cliff? Oh, and he does. So everybody else, it looks like everybody's sending it straight on over to this side of the zone. I mean, they're doing this because a lot of these zones, honestly, we saw last time that a zone ended up ending right in these compounds. It was SDR that had the compound. It was Ascendance that ended up taking the field. And who ended up winning that one? I'm pretty sure we all know it was actually SDR. It was a 4v2 in that situation. But instead of SDR taking this compound, this time it's going to be Shaju and Evil Pickle for Tiltown. We can see in the distance, we can even hear it actually, that VaLor just got a knock onto Gribbles from Nightly Esports. Go ahead and look at that. It actually looks like, was he driving through or was he here? It looks like maybe he just got here, instantly taken down and flushed out. Grantland is now going to throw a smoke to try and loot him on out. The rest of Nightly Esports are actually all the way by Quarry. I think they were trying to send out some sort of a scout to see if it was free, but unfortunately for them, it definitely was not. So now they have to continue the rest of this game with a one-man down. A lot of teams now inside the zone. You can still see that Unorthodox is still out. Orion still just making it in. Dips Free still out, and Ascendance are behind them. Silverline also just made it into zone as well. Looks like there is a little bit of a fight happening here between Tactical 8 and True Sight. Arson was just down. It looks like Jay Reed for Tech 8 is actually really low HP as well. The question is will this introduction of Silverline on this west side do anything to change this fight? We'll be able to see very shortly. I mean, if Silverline does like this drive-by meta, who knows, they might drive right by Fort Earth, for example, and take him out. There we go, Babbler here driving on over. A lot of bullets actually going towards him right now. Looks like he's trying to scout out, but actually got headied by Haydenix there, down to 27 HP. Will the teammate Fort Earth be able to take him out? And it looks like he's actually just making a rotation so that he doesn't get hurt at all. And he's going to go on ahead and meet up with the rest of his team. He does not want to get caught out fighting two entirely different teams. Looks like Babbler is now going to go on ahead and heal. Regretto is trying to look on in further into the zone to see where else they can rotate to. Especially because look at this zone shift. I accidentally clicked. Look at this zone shift. We can see that it's so far to the south. Basically, almost half of this zone is actually water. I mean, this zone is going to shift on up probably into Quarry. Not gonna lie, but the rest of these teams now realizing that they need a position or trying to scramble for a spot. It looks like Orion's rotation all the way on the south side ended up working in their favor heavily because now they've gotten a really nice compound on this far south side here. And here we go. Looks like VaLor now trying to rotate on into getting a shot at by Tiltown to their north, trying to send it straight into Primorsk, where SDR already occupies it. Right now, this side of the city is safe, though. Innate on top of this hill, trying to throw out a little bit of some warning shots, it seems, but unable to stop them from coming on in. You can see Evil Pickle trying to come in as well. Actually, this is entirely two different teams. Ganking Orangutan was way behind VaLor. Looks like they're going to find themselves a little bit further north, taking this one-story building in that shack for themselves as a four-man. And here comes all of No Cap on the beach, driving straight towards two of SDR. Let's see. It looks like they're currently trying to back up, running towards their bike. Will they be able to get some kills here? Lucid Freak actually was just taken down by Grant Lantis and flushed out, so now it's just Delta here alone for SDR. Here we go, starting to throw out some even more smoke to try and protect themselves, but they know that he's somewhere here, throwing out a nade. Wookie, actually entirely different team, takes out Plube and goes for the flush as well, so now No Cap just has No Name and Hazelton left. It seems like Oldless is further away. Yep, further away, driving straight into where I think he just spotted out in 8 too. So all of this is just an absolute cluster of teams. Everybody's super spread out. We can see Deadeye actually leaving the comp to try and save Delta, but actually Colton with that SLR is going to headshot him and take him down. Will Delta be able to protect his teammate is the question before the flush comes out. It looks like Delta is a little bit more interested in flushing out Hazelton. He's going to get the down onto him, currently reloading, not going to be able to get the kill just yet. There we go. Oh, but trying to go for that flush actually gets completely punished and taken down by Grant Lantis, meaning that SDR is now just down to N8 over here inside of the compound. He did in fact spot out Hazelton. He doesn't want to shoot to let anybody else know of his solo position, but unfortunately he is a solo for the rest of this game as his teammate is slowly bleeding out. I don't think you're going to be able to get Deadeye here, sir. Currently now moving to play a different building so that his teammate doesn't hurt him. Here we go, actual crash between Unorthodox and those guys. Here we go, Fizzle actually pushing on the inside here, going to play inside one of these buildings. This fight is probably going to be super explosive, let's say. Looks like in the distance as well, someone ended up dying. Let's see if we can maybe get some comms onto this. Let's jump on in to Unorthodox's comms.
Two orange. There's one in this other two-story. We push this guy and get rid of him. On Fizzle.
Yeah, come.
Healing, and then I'm there.
He's still upstairs.
He's a better scope than me, so he's
smoked
just
upstairs,
holding me.
smoked
He's not.
upstairs.
I don't know what he's doing. He's not just firing back. But
I have a molly. I'm gonna molly the back of the second floor.
Nades on him.
Boys.
He jumped out. No, man. I'm knocked from behind. One shot. What?
Still two there.
North.
Yeah,
dude,
good,
how?
He's standing in the open right here on green.
Just by your building.
He went
Just
back
by
to
your
the
building.
building.
Okay.
I'm watching your front side. Oh, okay. Well.
Just you, Fizzle.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there we did go into the comms of Unorthodox, and it's going to be Unorthodox that loses his fights against those guys. They did pick up 2 kills, but those guys now up to Lemon Squeezy and You Cannot Redo. They're going to continue on this game in this compound that is now outside the zone, so now they have to focus on a rotation here. The rest of these guys, you can see it is centering more around Corey. Is pulled off of this water. A little bit of water obviously still inside because this was a really water heavy game. It looks like Ascendance still outside of zone. Are they finally going to make it? Looks like Mashi actually died. Gizmac has 3 whole kills, slowly taking blue damage. It looks like Beck running into a little bit of trouble trying to get through the swamp. But everybody else stuck in here right now. In the blue zone, in Primor, so many teams. It looks like one of TAC 8 was actually just spotted out by Tiltown. We can see Shadru here shooting at Jay Reed, now stuck at this shack, trying to protect his vehicle. Looks like all of his tires are still intact. Now going to get out of that location as fast as possible before they're able to get a rotation onto him to take him out. Elsewhere, we can see everybody has just completely saturated this. I mean, 3 teams inside of Primorsk, 3 teams inside Quarry, 2 teams taking the hills directly outside of Quarry. Here we go. We can see those guys now making rotation. You Cannot Do This being the one ahead in first with the bike, actually taking some damage from the north from Boomers. Actually couldn't continue on driving, is going to end up driving straight up to Retaliated from Gang Orangutan. There we go. Did he end up hearing out You Cannot Redo? I think You Cannot Redo might have spotted out his vehicle, so now he's trying to heal on the other side of that ridge there. As you can see, there is some damage coming through from Nightly Esports. The fight has started. Nitrogen getting down by You Cannot Redo with that barrel spray. Retaliative still with the barrel, trying to play very quietly so that they don't spot him out, but they need to do something here. Probably waiting for the rest of his teammates to come on closer, but it doesn't look like Tetra or Ohio can. I think they know exactly where he is. A Molotov landing directly beside him now. Here comes out some nades as well. Right now, Retaliative is in fact safe, and Nightly Esports cannot spot out Lemon Squeezy or You Cannot Redo, so this fight is on hold for a little bit. Retaliative trying to throw a nade as well, it seems, or at least hold something here. In the distance, we can see that VaLor finally finished up SDR. SDR was a solo inside of Primorsk. It looks like the next fight that might happen will be between VaLor and NoCap on this. It's continuing to center around the edge of Quarry. I have a feeling Kite might have the ending position there. But here we go. It looks like those guys now pushing straight up to retaliative. I think he has an idea of where he is, throwing a Molotov directly onto him. Will that little box be enough is the question, and the answer is actually yes. Looks like he's only taken 2 damages of fire. Now he's completely blinded from that stun, and unfortunately you cannot redo pushing on is going to down him and take him out. It does look like you cannot redo was low. Vohio right behind, throwing a Molotov and catching Lemon Squeezy on fire. Unfortunately, he isn't going to be able to knock out the other one. Why is he carrying a shotgun is my question. He's currently playing with the shotgun. What? I mean, I guess he'll definitely win those close quarter fights, am I right? But it looks like he was actually just spotted out by the team directly to the west. It is Tilltown. Looks like Tetra getting a knock on the Savage as Stonestorm is trying to come a little bit closer on this with his UAS. I don't think he's going to be able to get any knocks. And as we can see, those guys now in deep doo-doo here as Orion is pushing from the east side. A bunch of util coming on out. Looks like Strategy from Tilltown actually took down Lemon Squeezy. So now it's just one more person left, and so you cannot redo currently taking the position beside the compound, but with that nade that Kinga just threw is actually going to eliminate those guys, and Orion is going to take their previous position here. So you can see No Cap and VaLor actually ended up completely splitting away from each other, but Colton did spot out Oldless, trying to get any sort of damage onto him, but Oldless is so far successfully evading those suppressed 6x SLR shots. It looks like Kite spotting out Stonestorm, trying to get him as well. Now prone inside that bull, completely fine. He knows that there are multiple teams right in front of him, and he's trying to do as much as he can to put a bunch of damage into them. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a lot, actually, right now. Seems like his team, now realizing that this might end around here, have pulled the rest, are now pulled around him, to be frank. Up here on the northwest side, it looks like Tactical 8 is trying to hold out the remainder of Ascendance. It's just down to Beck here. It looks like they do in fact have 3 kills so far. I mean, there's still 11 teams, however, so if he's to go out right now, he won't get any placement points. He wants at least 8th place. That's at least 1 extra point, but obviously you want to hold on for as long as you can. But Tac 8 are definitely aware of where he is, so they're just going to be able to wait for him to come on into this zone. Looks like VaLor actually getting a knock onto one of the No Cap members, might push aggressively off of this. Oh no, they didn't get the knock. Tetra got the knock. It looks like they might have traded knocks here. Oldest getting the res onto No Name. They have to be quick on this, otherwise VaLor is going to be right against their building in a flash. We can see Grant Lantis trying to watch those windows. Will they spot them out is the question. Colton with that barrel spray spots out No Name, so now it's just down to Oldless, who's currently at half HP, trying to rush outside the building. Here comes the Molotovs, all of the util trying to make sure that Oldless can't heal. A nade dropping there as well. Oldless, what is he going to be able to do? Currently he's smoking out the room so that nobody can see him. Very smart on his part. That was his last one, so now all he has to do is try and win all of his fights with that Groza here. He ends up pushing out one of the buildings. Unfortunately, he's going to find Jeppy Aim holding that angle for him. He's trying to use a tree for some cover. We can see that my game is lagging once again as per usual, but it should be back quite shortly, hopefully, so we can see the outcome of this fight. I don't understand why this keeps happening. PUBG doo-doo. It looks like he did in fact die. VaLor won that fight, and now they're in a fight with Orion. Ended up getting a knock on to Kanga for right now. Looks like Jeppy also actually died. So Gang Orangutan is going to be eliminated in the process. Ascendance is now dead too. It looks like everybody's just getting shot from afar. Here we go, Wookie now trying to push up onto Kinga. Will he spot out Grant Lantis in time? It looks like he did. That nade is going to make sure that Grant Lantis can't see him, but a new one coming really close to Kinga. I think that might get the flush onto him, doing a lot of damage to, decent damage to Wookie as well. Will he take out Grant Lantis here? That fire is currently covering his position. He spotted him out, now going for the spray. And unfortunately, Grant Lantis has help with Zero pushing in right beside him, ends up getting the shots in the side. Colton currently down, bleeding out at the compound. We can see that they're outside of zone, so will they be able to get the res? They might end up being held out by Tilltown if they go there. As we can see here, there's actually a lot of action up on top of Quarry. Sneak attack getting it down into Enraged Zealot. Almost took out Jay Reed as well. Now tossing on over nade. Will that take out William as well? No, it takes out Jay Reed because he's also super low. I think that nade might end up being the flushing nade. Sneak attack now being aggressive on this. Seeing if he can spot anyone else. Spots out Destinator. Destinator not, I don't think, realizing the LOS there. It's now just down to William for Tac 8 against Sneak attack. And as you can see, Kite joining into the party here as well. William getting a nice spray into Sneak attack, taking him down to 28 HP, but he is allowed to stop and try to heal. But unfortunately, that fire is going to take him out. But Kite right there to protect him will take out Tactical 8, eliminated in 7th place. They do get 2 placement points at least. Kite now alone for Nightly Esports, currently with 5 kills with 6 teams left. They did have one of the strongest positions, but now that they only have 1 up, I don't know if they'll be able to win this game. As we can see, there are currently 2 teams inside Quarry that are completely 4 up, and a bunch of strong teams here on the south. Oh, here we go. Looks like VaLor trying to rotate in towards Boomers. Might have been trying to go for some drive-by meta. Ends up being punished for it. Getting some more points from first Doobie and Sambuca here. Is now just down to 0. Trying to spot them out. Here we go, slowly taking this very slow. Ends up being spotted out by from Wazuppy there. A nice headshot onto him, taking him down to 24 HP. And right beside him, of course, is Tilt Town. Unfortunately, too low, so VaLor will also be eliminated after that spray from Stone Storm. Wazuppy currently downed as well. Looks like they're trying to go for the res onto him, but of course the zone has pulled up to Quarry once again, just absolutely helping out both Rise Esports and True Sight. This fight between Tiltown and Boomers is going to be finished by the time they go and do anything about it. Evil Pickle also with a beautiful shot into Sambuca as well. Is now just down to Doobie for Boomers. Looks like Evil Pickle going and grabbing the buggy. I think realizes that he needs to be fast on this, so no sort of reses can come out. I don't think they know exactly where the last remaining member is, though. Here we go, going for a little bit of a drive-by, spotting out Sambuca, going to go for the flush. Will he see Doobie in front of him? He does have a little bit of a ridge, so he won't be spotted just yet. But it looks like Evil Pickle might have some sort of an idea trying to spot him out. Currently at a tree, though. What? There you go. He might try and use this tree. It looks like now he's going to try and flush out this side because he knows that this ridge is here. If he goes alone, though, I'd be quite afraid. Oh, and he actually spotted out Doobie there with the SLR, and again takes him out. He now has 3 kills. Tiltown with 6 in total, revealing our top 4. So of course, Tiltown currently with 3 up. Let's go ahead and look at our other kill leaders. It looks like in first is actually Tiltown here with their amount of kills. Then is going to be Nightly Esports. They only have 1 up, which is Kite so far. Rise Esports in third. It looks like they only have 1 kill so far, with Waratorium being the owner of that one. And then True Sight with currently 4 up, but no kills so far. But that does give them a good chance at a chicken dinner. I mean, the chicken dinner might not get them the per game prize, but it might get them closer to the overall prize. So any sort of points towards the leaderboard will definitely be helpful here. Of course, now that we're down to our last 4, and two of the big ones are on this north side, they're going to be taking it very slow. They're not going to want to push on this and give either of these teams any sort of advantage. 1 second, I have to go ban someone. Nice. Real quick, don't be a terrible person in my chat, thank you. Anyway, as we can see, it looks like Rise is going to be the first one that spots out Tiltown. Fox trying to throw some bullets towards them, seeing if he can catch anybody. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get any damage or downs from after spotting them out, but now that they have the awareness there, they will be able to hold them out, maybe for some points. We can see that the zone has shifted even further surrounding Kite. I mean, from the beginning, I said that this is probably going to end around Kite, and it looks like Kite is still holding onto that position there. It looks like Chilla Farais also spotted him out, so Kite now being super cautious on this. Looks like they are taking this very slowly. It's currently Rise that is outside here with True Sight. While they're inside zone, they are currently in this bowl, so they're going to have to push up eventually. They're probably waiting for this. Waiting to see if anybody above them will start the fight. Looks like it's going to be Zolmox who's going to push up first, trying to hear a little bit from standing underneath these stairs. Looks like they might start hearing something soon because Tiltown actually taking their vehicles. They probably ended up scoping in this position, realizing it was free. Shaju is going to be able to send it on up there with the bike, but unfortunately Moratorium is going to find him out with that mini kite. Now pushing on over with some Yuta will drop a nade directly on top of his head. He's probably going to get the flush. No, not quite. But the other two Tiltown members will be able to push up into this position and will cause a little bit of a ruckus with the rest of True Sight. Looks like Kite, realizing the position he is now put into, is choosing to go and hide inside of his shack once more. Looks like Shadru unfortunately is going to bleed out. Stone Storm and Evil Pickle now taking the side of this ridge. Unfortunately, True Sight did not push up fast enough to take this position, so Rise is going to be able to push on over and infiltrate this a little bit. Here we go. Looks like Haydenex did in fact get an angle, though. Is going to spot out Evil Pickle and go for the flush as well. Now it's just down to Stone Storm left for Tiltown. After this fight with the two solos in the center, it is going to be True Sight versus Rise, both of which are currently at 4 strong each. There we go. 4 Earth actually finding out Chilla is also going to get the flush onto Chilla as well. We can see that there is Moratorium right above them. I think Zolmox is probably biding his time. Moratorium down below half HP. Zolmox spotting him out, tried to go for a little bit of damage too, but unfortunately isn't going to catch anything. Here we go. Here comes some nades. Let's see if that's going to catch anything here. It's now flying on out. Unfortunately, Rise is already on their rotation. Looks like Casey taking the boxes is going to be spotted out by Stone Storm a little bit here. Let's see if he's going to catch anything, especially with that Molotov. Will any of this util be helpful? Looks like that Molotov is going to land directly on top of Casey, but they are going to be able to get out of the fire before a knock comes through. The rest of them, Fox and Moratorium, playing on the side very carefully here. Again, these two solos are in fact being able to play inside of this spot very successfully so far. Look at this positioning that everybody has. Stone Storm spotting out one of Rise, taking down Moratorium with that 4x M4 spray. Seeing Fox as well. Will he be able to take him out? He does in fact have one nade. Will he use it is the question. I feel like he should. Realizing that as well, he takes it out and he's going to go ahead and cook it and chuck it on over there. Will this get the flush on the knock? Oh, it does not get the flush, but it does do damage to both of them. Unfortunately, that is it for Stone Storm's utility, so he's not going to be able to get any kills, and Fox is in fact going to get the res. Here we go. Haydenex now getting a little bit more involved, and this is going to come very close. Stone Storm holding that angle. They know that there's more than one person pushing right next to him. A nade ends up exploding right next to him. Unfortunately, still not going to get the down onto him, and down to 69 HP. But still waiting for any sort of peek from them. He does not want to move here. He wants to try and be as silent as possible. And same with Kite, their solo from Nightly Esports, inside of this shed here. Looks like True Sight playing this very slowly, smartly for them, to be honest, wanting to wait to see where the rest of Rise are. They don't have any knowledge there. They definitely can hear those smokes popping off, but unable to push on that because they know that there's at least a few people in front of them. Let's see if Stone Storm will move off of this. Will he go and try and kill these members from Rise once again? Looks like he's continuing to play this quite safe. Oh, but Arson ended up spotting out Kite. It looks like he was completely blinded. Arson's going to take him out. Now Esports is now eliminated. Now we only have one more solo left for Tiltown, and it is now a 3v4, 3 for Rise and 4 for True Sight. True Sight now has some kills on the board here. There you go. Casey actually spotting out 4 Earth. Let's go on ahead and see what that looks like. Casey takes out 4 Earth. You can hear the push from Zolmox as well. Will Zolmox end up giving this knock as well? They know exactly where Casey is on these rocks. Looks like a nade coming into play. Unfortunately, it's going to land on the correct side. I say we get a little bit more comms action again. Casey slowly holding this. This is the last zone. Let's go on ahead and see what the hype is all about here as inside of Rise Esports.
One close. He's behind boxes in front.
Guys peeking, one more peeking.
Mollying.
Volleying left. One's holding far back. Hold far back. 260 on the back boxes. Orange. One's close. Too close. Using last first aid. There's a solo somewhere.
That guy just wiped.
Alright,
and
so
the guy in the
all
rock.
All 4 up.
I got my flush. One behind. Shack. Behind Shack.
Heard. They have rocks. They had to come to us.
He's lit.
There's 2 peeking the rocks. Yep, 2.
I'm playing spoiler on Shack.
Down low.
Right down left on that.
I'm going right.
Got his own. Woo! Kill him. Get the flush.
Let's try.
Good job.
I got point.
And again, there we have it in the comms of Rise, but True Sight winning again. Did they win the last game? So again, another win, winning our first Erangel game here with 7 kills. Very well played. We can see Haydenix there with 4 kills, Arson with 2. As for the rest of the kill leaders, we can see a lot of 2s. Evil Pico with 3, Sneak Attack with 3, Doobie also with 3, Green Atlantis with 4, Colton 3, and Rage Zealot with 3, and You Cannot Redo with 5, actually all the way down there in 12th place. Very well played there. I mean, up on top of that Quarry ending, very well played. I mean, I do think that they might have been able to push out a little bit faster on the end there, but it ended up not mattering. All of them ended up staying alive. Rise Esports didn't go and take their position too bad so that it punished True Sight in any way, and True Sight came out on top there with 3 up. Very well done by them. We're going to go into our next Erangel game up next. Don't go anywhere after this very short break.
Just for the thrill of it, nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it, nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it, nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it, nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for
Hello guys, it is me, SpanCargo, once again casting Quarantine League Season 7. We're on day 2, about to go into Game 5 onto Erringo, but let's go ahead and take a look at our leaderboard real quick after that amazing win from True Sight once again. Here we go. VaLor still now in first place, actually taking it from No Cap once again with a total of 88 points, but it is no longer No Cap. Right behind them, it is True Sight. After that second win in a row there, they're now in second place with 84 points, right behind VaLor, just 4 points away. No Cap now in third with 82, and then Ascendance Esports fourth with 78, San Diego Rarity in fifth with 74, Orion in sixth with 70, Nightly Esports in seventh with 63, and Tactically in eighth with 57. As per usual, use exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats to take a look at a more in-depth leaderboard. And if you guys want to see the stats of your favorite player, I mean, why wouldn't you want to know how many nades they picked up and how many nades they decided to throw? Like, you know, I mean, that's like pretty exciting stuff. So I urge you to go ahead and take a look at that, because Twire in general is just absolutely nuts. I guess this is an appropriate time to do a nice shout out to Twire GG for this amazing leaderboard overlays and holding all of our stats as well. Greatly appreciate it. It is an amazing site, I will say. But now they're dropping out of the plane. No more of that. Let's go on ahead and take a look. Look at that, day 2, game 5. I'm so proud of myself for remembering to change the number. Shout out to me for that. But here we go. Second game of Erringo. A very nice plane once again. Everybody's going to be able to go to where they want to go pretty nicely. It looks like there are currently 2 blue colors on the north side of Georgia Pool. However, it is currently Tilt Town and True Sight here. Where are they going to end up going is the question I want to know. It looks like they are contesting this. I mean, they did contest this once on day 1, ended up trading out who got the vehicles here, and it looks like they're going to do it again. They're currently like splitting here. It looks like True Sight a little bit more split up than Tilt Town, but are Tilt Town gonna stay or are they gonna go is the question. As for everybody else, let's go ahead and zoom out, as the rest of the plane has now been dropped out too. You can see everybody else is a little bit of the normal location. Looks like Rise actually going to Nolene, which is quite different, not being able to quite reach their spot. Our 2 teams inside Yasnaya Poliana as per usual. No Cap still going around. Shelter split. Unorthodox taking their LMP split as well. Ryan down here by Milta Farm, and it looks like Dips Free actually grabbing vehicles because they're wanting to go to military to go ahead and loot up. They might end up stopping a little bit closer. I won't be surprised if they went to Novo to loot up instead of going all the way to military, because look at our current first zone. It is going ahead and like almost centering perfectly on the mainland of Erringo. So directly in the center it is going to be teams Tactical 8, and those guys will end up seeing what happens here with that. But definitely our most interesting changes is in fact Rise going up here to Nolene, and of course the mixture of Tilt Town and True Sight players here. It looks like 4 Earth ended up taking a vehicle and trying to leave off of this. At the same time, Tilt Town actually ended up falling right behind, taking this compound. All 3 of them are here. Maybe they're expecting someone to be here, not quite sure. But the rest of True Sight inside of North Georgia Pool still. Wait, are they 4 up? Okay, all 4 of them are actually here. Okay. It looks like they're sieging this. I think they expected one of True Sight to be here, but he is not here, fellas. He is in fact over there. He went on over to Cube and further, actually. Oh, he went on over to Cube. He gave him like a big loop-de-loop, drove on over to Cube and went to the north, and is currently going to go loot that compound potentially, but definitely distracted them from the rest of the team. The rest of True Sight team going to luckily be able to be looting on up here. 4 Earth still doesn't seem to have much loot. No, he does have SLR and a level 3 vest at least. Some 10 bandies and 2 smokes. That's pretty sick, but now heading on back to continue the looting, because he definitely needs more than that. Namely, like maybe a helmet. That would definitely be helpful. But otherwise, everybody taking their good old time as per usual. Looks like Kite just shooting in random directions. Probably hearing, oh, he's shooting at the windows. He doesn't like them. They're too dirty, so he's resorting and breaking them. I was gonna say maybe he's just shooting because he's solo here. So, like, because sometimes when you're solo and you're in a compound, you want to make sure you're not going to be crashed on it or anything. You want to be bigger than yourself. Like, you know how like cats like fluff their fur up or whatever, or like birds fluff their feathers, whatever, to seem bigger than they really are. That's basically the same thing here. Look, Kite in his natural habitat for nightly esports, currently up here north of Pachinki, as you can see here by the map that I accidentally just opened. Right beside those guys directly to his east is shooting right now to seem bigger so that nobody will come and crash on him. A little bit of a documentary voice attempt, but luckily for him, it's only flax for those guys. I don't think they're going to go on ahead and crash on the Kite anytime soon, so he's safe there. I think I only ever caught one of those moments on a cast, actually, where someone was switching between their DMR and their AR, just shooting to try and scare someone away from crashing onto their compound, so... Not see it here just yet, but as we can see, where were you? It looks like Jay Reed now coming on back from wherever he was for Tactical 8, joining back towards Rozhawk. I mean, Rozhawk is the center. He was probably looting out Watertown, actually. We can see Gang Orangutan also going to go to the center, currently taking out J Compound here. All four of them are currently going to play it. I'm kind of surprised by that. I feel like maybe they could play a 2-2 split here, but maybe they don't want to risk it, especially with how popular Volcano is, actually. So a team could end up playing this garage building or the actual Volcano Hill, and maybe for now they just don't want to risk it. That, or maybe they only have one vehicle. These are the questions we must have answered. Let's go ahead and take a look. No, they have two. They definitely have two, so maybe they just like being together. Anyway. As you can see from the zone now, a bunch of people are now starting their large rotations on in. It seems like Orion actually is posting up right beside the bridge. The question is, are they trying to hold out dips free here? I don't know why I landed so far in the water. It kind of seems like it, to be honest. They're definitely in a position to hold out a bridge camp, because you definitely, in a bridge camp for this bridge, you want somebody on these rocks. You want somebody inside that gas station. Honestly, sometimes someone comes and plays up here as well, but maybe they don't want to be that spread thin. So they're going to play it a little bit safe by playing a little bit further back. They're probably going to wait for these guys to come on through. And I'd be a little bit worried about it because of the drive-by meta, but for right now, it'll be interesting to see where Dipstreet decides to go. I mean, Treepers is actually all the way over here by Novo, so I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to take East Bridge instead of West Bridge, because I do believe Treepers is actually the IGL for Dipstreet as well, so we'll end up seeing what happens. It does seem like Dirty Zen might be a little bit impatient, moving his vehicle maybe to a better location, who quite knows. But let's go ahead and look at all of this zone before this ends up happening. We can see actually Silverline coming in and crashing onto the north side of Mini Rozhawk here. William, the only one here for Tactical 8, probably hearing them come in, calling out to his teammates. Will he stay here and call his teammates to his aid, or will he leave? That is a question. He probably has a vehicle inside of this garage. There it is a US. He does have time to leave right now, but in a few minutes, I won't be surprised if this time runs out. There we go. Jay Reed actually sending it on over, coming to take this compound. Destinator coming to his aid as well is going to be Enraged Zealot, currently holding the outside position with a 2x SLR for right now. Spotting out Greta, waiting for her to hold still a little bit, especially with that 2x. Unfortunately, it isn't going to come, but Silverline isn't going to be able to push any further, especially after hearing those vehicles move on in. Here we go. This is what we were waiting to see. It is going to be Dips Free versus Orion on the Invisible Bridge here. We can see them now moving on through. Let's see what Orion decides to do. It looks like Zen is still in his position. Who's going to get the damage out first? Let's watch from Scott's point of view. There we go. Spotting a number one Potato, doing a little bit of damage to him. Looks like they're all going to be sending it to the left side, crashing into the wall. Actually jumped up on top of his vehicle, taking him down to 4 HP, but unfortunately with that headshot is going to take number one Potato down. He's now being forced to heal on that, trying to get a res. Unfortunately, Zen is in the perfect spot to spot out Plu, is trying to get a res, and that Molotov coming into play. This is going to catch them both both on fire, probably ensuring that they're not going to be able to get res later on, especially after that nade comes out. Wookie spotting out Jay Snow. I think the only person for Dipsfree left is Treepers, and he is currently playing on the bridge here. Down to 37 HP, takes out Dirty Zen. Looks like Kanga trying to go help his teammate. He's currently out in the open. He needs to win that fight, and unfortunately he does not. So Dipsfree is going to be our first team eliminated, and it's going to be due to Orion successfully holding out our east bridge here, and luckily for them, they will not have any fatalities. And there you go, we can see Kanga getting the res onto Zen. He was down to 40 HP. Elsewhere, we can see in the kill feed, there is actually a large fight happening between Silverline and TAC8. This fight actually seemed to flourish because TAC8 pushed up above. It's only Wiam currently down for Tactical 8. For Silverline, on the other hand, it seems to be a different situation. G-Price, Red Rider, and Greta go all dead. Just down to VaLor, who currently tried to run away from this position, running to the south, now taking up the barn building. I mean, it's him versus an entire 4-man. We'll end up seeing what happens next. We can see that there are bullets actually flying towards J Reed, for example, from teams that are not Silverline Esports. It looks like someone's coming from the north. We can see it's actually going to be True Sight on the north side and Rise that was shooting at them from the east. Looks like they're now kind of counting their stocks, I guess we'll say, boosting on up, healing on up, making sure that they're all together now, resetting, as we'll call it. I mean, that's what it is called. Like, oh, calm down, we gotta reset, and now they're gonna push on together. Looks like Zealot ended up spotting out VaLor as he was running towards those stairs. Unfortunately, just missed catching it, but they're going to be eliminated in 15th place as well. And now they have all of Mini Roz to themselves. It seems like Zolmox is a little bit interested, getting a little bit closer, gonna go ahead and take a little bit of that side. But right below them, actually, VaLor and Tilttown trying to rotate right next to each other. Looks like Evil Pickle got a little bit too close to school, so he's down and flushed out. But the rest of VaLor will continue on as they're currently trying to find any sort of place to play. It looks like they're going to go ahead and play onto Cherry, potentially go further, but the rest of Tilttown crashing into apartments. Look, there you go. Flax getting the knock on Shaju as well. Those guys actually don't just have school, they have apartments. So Lemon Squeezy and It's Your Boy Cowboy are going to be able to go ahead and pinch this from their sides. Elsewhere, we can hear all the bullets coming out. It looks like VaLor ended up crashing straight into the position of Nightly Esports. You can see Kite here now deciding to drive into action. Colton taking it down onto Morns after hitting him in the head. Will crash into these Cherry buildings. Colton is inside here, ends up fighting that, and Colton will be taken down by Gribbles. A lot of nades coming on in from VaLor, taking down Kite with that. Gribbles very hurt. It looks like the rest of Nightly Esports trying to throw some sort of smokes to help his team out. Jeppy down to 42 HP, now healing inside of this zone. Let's see if any of these nades will do anything. There we go, also taking down Gribbles. It's now just down to Sneak Attack, and Nightly Esports is going to be eliminated here from X2R0. We can see Jeppy Aim also getting the kill into Gribbles. They now lost one. They lost Colton, but they have 4 kills in the distance, though we can see that they're not alone. Boomers, after hearing all that ruckus, is probably going to come closer. We can see that now there's also a team joining Tilttown and those guys inside of apartments, and it's going to be Unorthodox that crashed onto that. Here we go. We can see that they know exactly where they are, trying to throw a little bit of nades, now trying to shoot at them. Will they be able to get any damage onto this? Oops, there we go. Instead, they're going to start taking a bunch of damage from school and apartments. It looks like Flax successfully going to get the knock onto Wazapi, trying to throw out some smokes to save him, but if they don't get close enough, very quickly they will lose a member. It does seem like he is fine for now, as Flax is now totally engaged in watching his teammates from afar. The rest of this zone, as we can see, a lot of people definitely going and taking the very middle part. Nobody else is outside zone. We can see Ryan is finally in here, currently occupying Funnel, getting trading shots with actually 2 members of No Cap. But this zone, once this pops, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more mobility coming into play once again, as this could potentially be a hard shift. Let's see if it is, and it is in fact not going to be one. It's going to go directly in the middle, but it is still currently holding at least 1 team outside of this zone. Looks like SDR not liking their position are now all getting inside their vehicles and sending it on down this hill. Where are they going to go? It looks like Delta going towards apartments. I'd be a little scared. No, instead he's going for the shack. The rest of them are going for the one story, but Delta is in trouble. Currently, VaLor is driving right on by and seeing what they can play. Looks like Grant Lantis realizing that someone must be in this shack. Continued driving on by. Delta unable to spray at him. Ended up getting a bunch of shots put into him from Gang Orangutan to the north. VaLor not going to be able to go to the spot that they wanted. Now forced to go back to Cherries. As you can see here, looks like Flax for Tilltown tried to meet up with the rest of his team, but Tilltown holding him out. Shot him out of the vehicle. It's your boy Cowboy sputting out Savage, taking him down as well. A little bit of a trade, I guess. A little bit of revenge. Now trying to throw a nade, but I think it might have actually bounced off the railings. That was interesting. I don't quite know what happened there. But everybody else... Boomer's still gonna have to figure out their way in. Orion currently at a weird split, not entirely inside the zone. You can see Delta still super cautious here, waiting for VaLor to come back. But everybody else happy with their spots are going to rest for now. It does look like there was a crate in play. Is it taken is the question. It looks like it was in fact. So one of these members of True Sight probably have it, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's you. It is in fact 4 Earth. He has a Groza, a 6x SLR, and some lovely 3 armor and bag. There we go. Rise actually getting a knock onto ganking Orangutan from the position all the way up here at the volcano compound. They do in fact have these two buildings split, and they do have a team occupying their mountain, and that team is of course Ascendance. We have about 50 seconds left before this zone is finished closing. We can see Ascendance now realizing the desperation of their position, crashing onto the position of I'm a Leaf for Ascendance. That's what he does. He spots out Skaska and ends up taking him down, instantly pulling out a nade to try and go for the flush, trying to dissuade the rest of Orion from crashing on into this. There we go. Now finding out the flush. Looks like Majiggle coming in to help him. Might be a little bit unnecessary as Wookie driving on back to funnel. Orion is not going to go for that crash today. Unfortunately, I think Wookie might have been a little bit too far, so may have just lost one member for not no reason, but unfortunately, really. Like, when you're going for a crash like that, you really all need to be on the same page and be crashing almost at the same exact time. Maybe they thought that they scouted it out and there was no one there, but unfortunately, I'm a Leaf was there hiding on the other side of that half wall. We can see that this zone shifting once again, not exactly a hard shift, but definitely favoring towards apartments is going to put even more teams outside of this zone. And it looks like No Cap a little impatient are actually pushing on to Orion. Oldest getting a knock on a Kanga, now pulling out a bunch of nades. Let's see what these nades end up doing. A lot of them landing around them. Probably going to get the knock on Deserties in. And now it's just down to Wookie, currently using this car as cover. Gets a knock on Oldest, spots out Hazelton. Gets a lot of damage onto him. I swear he's like 1 HP. The vehicle about to explode. He can hear it. Here comes some stuns. He's about to not be able to see. Trying to throw some nades so he can flush out his downs. There we go. With that nade, he's going to take out Hazelton. His teammates downed all around. And it's just Wookie left. Will he be able to get this res? It looks like he's going for it. Boomers from afar is helping out a little bit by taking out some of No Cap. And we can see on the north side from the mini-map, it's actually Ascendance wanting to come and get involved as well. It's actually I'm a Leaf directly underneath here that I can't quite spot that spotted out Wookie and took him down. Maji's finding out some of No Cap as well. Looks like Kanga was actually res, but unfortunately, oh, he was. It looks like it was at the beginning of the animation, so he did actually get that res off. He's gonna have to go and heal again on the other side of this Dasi because phase 4 does in fact hurt, and that nade landing directly in front of him. Unfortunately, he isn't able to stand up in time, so Imaleaf is going to claim another victim. Ryan is eliminated. Ascendance now having to rotate away in blue to get their vehicles with 4 kills currently. Looks like No Cap was also completely punished by this, taken down by some of Ascendance and some of Boomers as well. It's now just going to be Plube left for No Cap. They currently only have 1 kill as well, and their compounder's not in. I mean, the very edge of this wall is, as you can see, he also spotted out D-Stem from Boomers, but the rest of this seems like it seems like he's just going to have to play red edge for the rest of this. Rye is probably going to start getting ready to get into their vehicles for some sort of massive rotation quite shortly. I think they're the only team that really have to make a massive rotation on this. So let's go on ahead and see what they're thinking. There we go, all getting inside these vehicles. You can see some knocks coming out, but it's really going to be Rise. It's probably going to make a game-changing play here as they're going to try and set out on their adventure to find a playable spot inside zone. Right now, Chilla is in the front getting pelted from the side from ganking Orangutan. They definitely know that they can't play there. An instant headshot from Ohio, taking him down to 21 HP, and it looks like that was a failed mission for now. They're going to come on back, get res a little bit more. Unfortunately, they're going to have to make a decision. Are you going to crash? Are you going to stay? You have to go. It looks like Ascendance getting involved with this fight between Ploob and NoCap. Looks like NoCap is going to actually get a bunch of kills onto Boomers. It's now just Sambuca and Ploob left. A 1v1 situation. Ploob currently inside the car. Sambuca trying to spot him out with all the smoke. This is his sight line. He can't see anything. It's just completely white here. It looks like Rise did end up making some sort of a crash into gang, and unfortunately they were not successful. Sambuca now can hear Ploob inside of this building, but he's not in any sort of a position to hold him out. Here we go now, about to take some blue damage. Unfortunately, it's going to be Ploob that spots him first outside of this zone. Ascendance getting a little bit interested, sending I'm a Leaf on over here to now play this south side. This zone again, pulling even further towards apartments, though, is going to make all of this out here unplayable. It does look like ganking Orangutan did, in fact, get crashed on by Rise. Unfortunately, I think it needed to have been a little bit of a surprise. I think the first time that they left their compound, I think they needed to definitely have committed to it. But that was a really hard rotation for them. There we go. Ascendance spotting out Ploob. They probably know that there's just one person left. Now getting shot at a lot. Beck taking him down super low, just 11 HP. And there we go. Maji with that Scar Spray is going to take him out. NoCap is now eliminated in 10th, and we're just down to 9 teams left. One more team gone, and then we'll start getting into some placements here. Oh, and here we go. We can see Ascendance now deciding to go for a rotation. Let's go on ahead and see what they might be saying on this. Ooh, that is not what I wanted. There we go. Beck charging the lead on top of this buggy here.
I'm in.
Go, 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 go.
Getting in.
A full team
Holding
is on
stairs.
blue.
Are they in here or no?
No.
There could be a different team in here. There could be a different team.
2-3 red. They're smoking outside 2-3 red.
Heard.
Mod, you come with me and let's clear.
Yep. I'm on you.
We need to get to this close one, don't we?
Wait, I'm not.
I didn't clear the bottom floor. I just peeked in that door.
Careful, guys.
Heard.
Oh, that's not where the door is.
That's middle app, northeast.
Wait. Oh, Shy guys aren't in. Yo, how many smokes do we have?
I'm grabbing
I have
vest.
3. I have 3.
I have 6. I have 6.
We should smoke across the orange
2.
right now, no? Is there anyone in orange on us or no? We need to find out. Yeah,
Top
top
left,
left.
top left. Knocked him, top
Nice.
left.
I'm smoking across.
I'm nading it.
Yeah, I was
You
in
two on the second floor. Careful where the other app. The other app's gonna shoot us.
On our left.
Oh no.
In school, careful.
Careful with the molly.
I'm trying to smoke for you guys more.
Can I get smokes on me or no?
Let's keep smoking on us.
Your molly.
I don't have any more smokes. One is knocked above us somewhere.
Just switch seats, Beck, and you can switch seats and get in there. Beck's first
I'm
floor.
in bottom
Just hold
floor.
the stairs. Y'all gotta smoke the doorway again before you can go in.
Heard. I have 2 more. Did you smoke it?
Jump in the car when you smoke it and get to the first and get to the driver's seat. Get in the driver's seat. Get into the door. There you go. All right. Close the door. Close the door. Yeah, 2 of you need to or 3 of you need to swing left or right.
One's nading something. I went right and closed door.
Outside.
Clear left for him.
There's one in left, I think. Watch out.
I'm stunning it.
Flashbang. Use the kill and get in there.
Right room is clear.
Left room. Left room.
I'm holding
looking good.
stairs.
He's upstairs.
There has to be two at
There's
least.
two. There's two because you got res.
Bike's moving off school.
They're just gonna be doing a crossfire.
One's in the next building. Second.
Are they getting
fire.
crash red? Crash red.
Yo, peek that. Peek that. You can get points off this. First floor.
Last one.
Nice.
Nice.
I have no offensive.
Nading
He's
in?
in the res right now.
Damn.
Oh,
I think we need to try to clear our building soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna full boost up.
Another car driving.
Yeah, they're crashing them.
Stole one.
Good shit,
Nice.
Ron. Second floor.
Knocked
Second
one
floor.
upstairs.
Nice.
Can y'all lethal upstairs? Anyone?
I have
I
Molly,
have
but I
Molly.
can't reach it.
Alright. I think you can. End
I'm
that,
just
man.
holding stairs.
You got that. You got that. Oh, so close. Farther, farther.
On staircase peeking.
Heard. Nice.
Nice.
Clear, clear
Let's
them, clear
go,
them
let's
together.
go.
I got my kill. Wait, I'm stunning.
Molly.
Yeah. He's
Careful.
right side.
We don't have to go too
wait,
fast.
We can wait. We can
Yeah, we
wait.
don't have to go too fast. Yep.
Oh, I got on fire
Reset,
too.
reset.
He's right side.
He can change though. He can
Can
change.
we give comms and see how many like we hear?
Should be just shouted.
And that is going to be Ascendance comms. Staying there a little bit longer, thinking they might go ahead and clear their upstairs very quickly. But now it's just them versus Straudry here for Tiltown. Now clearly outside of this building here. I mean, they're going to spot him very soon. There you go. Now they're definitely aware of his position. Maji going ahead and pushing on over that. Molotov actually catching both Gizmac and Beck on fire. Unable to ADS to help out Maji on this. I mean, Beck could go on ahead and run onto the roof, but he would be risking some damage. Luckily, that nade did not hit Gizmac. Straudry realizing the situation, jumping outside, and is going to come back in from the bottom of the stairs. They need to be very careful here. I mean, Straudry now pushing back on up. Here you go. I think he definitely knows that there's someone above him. Utilizing that Molly once again is just being an absolute thorn in Ascendance's side here. These fighting inside these apps are very hard. I know a lot of people really actually dislike fighting in apps because of all the opportunities people have for movement. As you can see, it's working very well for Straudry in this instance. And now he's going to go on ahead and play on top of these cases in the kitchen for now, away from the rest of Ascendance. Let's take a look. We stayed in there for a while, so we watched Attack 8 try and make a rotation into apartments here. J Reed is the only one that survived that rotation now. Currently, they have 4 kills, just one up, all the way here, alone in their own compound at least. We can see it looks like Gang Orangutan going for a crash onto SDR, gets the knock on to Nitrogen. Retaliative going for a drive-by as well as Vohio. Retaliative getting down as well. It is now just Vohio left, and unfortunately, he is going to be taken out. Gang is eliminated on this. It looks like they did get one knock onto Lucid Freak, but they're probably going to go on ahead and be able to get a res so that they can continue this game as a 3-man. I mean, the zone is in fact moving, so from this they're going to have to make the very difficult decision of what to crush and win. Here we go. Ascendance finally running into Tilt Town. Gizmac was down, but they ended up finding out Straudry, and now the res is coming into play. You could see that Maji was watching that window there because True Sight was playing that building. You can see that Arson already pushing up onto one of these apartment buildings, trying to absolutely siege this from Unorthodox. We can see some of those guys actually getting involved, taking out both Fort Earth and Zolmok. So now it's just Arson left, and he's choosing to prone on the outside of this apartment building for now. Unorthodox safe. Everybody else is now just completely shooting at SDR, shooting like fish in a barrel, basically. It's going to be Grant Lantis that gets the last kill onto Lucid Freak, it seems, and SDR is eliminated as well. Let's take a look at this zone again. There's just multiple teams sharing multiples of these buildings, so it's Arson and Unorthodox here at this one building. Those guys now getting pushed onto by Ascendance. Beck here did make it to the wall, but he's super low HP, being forced to heal. Maji is trying to play a little bit of the back play, but Grant Grantlantis from an entirely different building is going to do a lot of damage to him, actually break his vest, take his helmet down to half HP, and there we go. Just one more tap from Grantlantis' SLR with that very broken level 2 helmet is going to take Maji out. Now Ascendance is just down to Beck and Gizmac here. Right above them is the rest of those guys. As we can see, it is just 2 of them as well, Lemon Squeezy and It's Your Boy Cowboy. I wouldn't be surprised if Ascendance decides to play out there for as long as possible, especially because they don't have to quite move. VaLor, Grantlantis actually ended up getting onto the roof from jumping, I assume, from their apartment building. There you go. Looks like Fizzle ended up finding out Arson, taking him down, now being able to heal on this. This apartment building is now their own. This zone still just directly on top of all these apartment buildings. This is a very difficult circle to play. Right when one of these teams die, they're gonna be like 5th. But that's the life of any sort of city or massive compound ending, such as this one. Looks like they went on ahead and exploded one of those vehicles out in the field to make sure that all of SDR is definitely dead. VaLor up here on top of their roof definitely knows exactly where all of these teams are. It looks like Zero, for example, is trying to quick peek all of those windows to see if anybody will show themselves, maybe get a little bit of a spray onto them, do some damage. Same with Grantlantis, patiently watching those. He doesn't want to alert anyone of his presence too much because he is just on an open roof, and the only way down is to definitely jump all the way down, unfortunately for him. But with that upper position, honestly, it gives them a lot of advantage. I mean, no one else can get up there. As long as he plays it very safely up there and he doesn't get knocked, I think VaLor might be in a really good position. Okay, well now they so Unorthodox and maybe those guys playing the little tune with their bullets, waiting for somebody to push. Basically, it's just like trying to like, hey, we're ready for a fight. We know that you're there. Let's play. Seems like Zero also getting a little impatient. Actually picked up, what is that, a micro? Yeah, a micro Uzi is now just unleashing all of the bullets into the building, just willing them to start fighting. There you go, now picking back up his SLR. It only seems like he has 47 bullets left for that one, so he needs to use this wisely. Luckily, it is, in fact, phase 9. Here we go, last zone. It looks like VaLor has a really good position here with Grantlantis on the roof. They do have to be careful for Jay Reed, though. Looks like Jay Reed getting prepared as a solo, knowing that he has the center compound, is using a bunch of gas to protect, to claim his spot, basically, protect his spot. I'm gonna put out a bunch of gas they can catch on fire, catch the gas can on fire, make it explode, all of that good stuff. You know, I don't think I've actually seen these really come into play here, so I'm quite excited for this. Jay Reed probably going to use it on Unorthodox here. As you can see, they end up throwing out like a billion smokes to try and make some sort of a rotation. If they don't go soon, though, their smokes will start to dissipate. Oh, we can see that the rest of VaLor jumped onto the roof, except Jeppy Aim actually ended up missing. But with that, he took out Jay Reed as well. That is very unfortunate for Tactically 8, now eliminated after his very careful preparation. That nade from Grantlantis is going to find out Fizzle. The rest of them trying to use the smoke. Unfortunately, Jay All Day did not use that smoke in time before it dissipated, so Sociopath is now the last one alive for Unorthodox, currently getting the res on to Fizzle. Let's see what the rest of them are doing. You can see Jeppy is currently inside. Looks like those guys are also now eliminated from VaLor. VaLor is just absolutely farming these guys. Look at this, with 12 kills so far. Trying to spot out the rest of Unorthodox. This is what they can see. They can't see these guys whatsoever, but luckily we have the advantage of having X-ray vision. So they're just gonna play this very carefully. Oh, network lag. Is that just me? I wonder if this is everybody getting this, because this is disgusting. But it does seem like VaLor with 12 kills, they did choose the top of this building very very intelligently, I will say. It does look like Jeppy Aim ended up jumping on down to see what he could do down there, but Grantlantis is staying up above, and there we go. Because of that, Unorthodox is now eliminated. They can see their teammate Jeppy on the ground, protecting the ground for them, and it is the entire 3-man of VaLor versus Gizmac for Ascendance. I think, yep, Zero just spotted him out by being able to jump up on top of that roof, and VaLor is going to win our second air and go game of today with 15 kills. That is a 25 kill game, a very good game for them. I will say, like, I don't know. I don't think it would have ever crossed my mind like, hey, let's get up on top of the roof and go ahead and jump across. I mean, the entire time they were up on top of the roof, they were not punished whatsoever from these other teams because they couldn't. Like, anytime any of these other teams peaked, like 10 other teams, I say 10, but the 4 other teams inside of these apartments just did damage onto them. We could see Zero with 7 kills, Grant Lantis with 5, Jeppy with 2, and Colton with 1. That was a massive kill game for them. In second was Ascendance Maji here with 6 kills, Emily with 3, Beck with 2. Other notable killers we can see is Jay Reed with 4, and Nitrogen with 3, Plube also with 3. Very good game. We only have one more game after this. I'll be right back to show you guys that leaderboard and show you the next playing path. See you guys very soon. Hello everybody, again this is SpanCargo. You guys are going to be seeing me for the second to last time today. We're about to go into our last Erangel game, the plane. Everybody's almost in the plane, but as per usual, let's go ahead and look at that leaderboard. If you guys want to take a look at this yourself, go ahead and use exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats as per usual, but let's go ahead and let this load. VaLor still in first place with a total of 113 points now. Ascendance Esports has now secured second place with 95 total points. No Cap now in third with 86. Those are our money spots there. Only the top three will get money at the very end after 4 days of 6 games each. Right below them is TrueSight. I mean, No Cap and TrueSight both have actually the same amount of total points, but is No Cap with more kills, like 11 more kills actually. So if these guys want to get into this top 3, I mean, they do have a lot more games left to be able to do so, but for today we are into our last game again on Erangel. Let's go ahead and take a look at our last lane path. As you can see here, this is like basically, we've already seen this, didn't we? This looks familiar. Right beside Primorsk, ending all the way up there at Stalber-Kameshki. I think we had this for our first plane path, so hopefully the zone is going to be a bit different, but as per usual, everybody will be going to their usual spots here. I don't think we're going to see too much action as per usual. Looks like Sambuca for Boomers isn't going to go for Rise's Esports spawn this time. As for everybody else, there you go, Tiltown going towards Ferry Pier once again. I will say, I do know we have a military team, and I think they've only really been able to go military once. Yeah, we can see they're going up to their alt drop Stalber-Kameshki once again, so that ought to not feel too good, to be honest here. Zoom in for a little bit more detail as per usual as well. VaLor going ahead and taking South Georgia Pole, TrueSight continuing to take North George, the team that had contested them, no longer there. I mean, they're all the way down here by Ferry. Rozhawk split for TAC 8. The usual group inside Yasnaya Poliana. And other than their usual drops, I guess it is a little bit of a different zone. So this should be interesting here. It's going to go on ahead and center on Dice. So Everest might be able to come into play here. Can't quite tell if this is a north or south shift just yet. Based on the second zone, we'll definitely know. But all these teams, they're going to have to like gamble 50-50. Do they want to be on the north side of this river or the south side? So it'll be interesting to see how many teams choose what. But of course, right now, the majority of teams are going to be on the south side. The question is, are they comfortable staying there, or are they going to cross to the north side, thinking that maybe crossing on back later would be easier? Not quite sure here. Bahio for Ganking Orangutan actually is already leaving Yasnaya. Let's go take a look at what he has. He has a vehicle and he has a vest. Looks like he also has a trusty ump, but that is absolutely it. Nothing else. He's already rotating though, gonna go on ahead and loot. Oh, he has a cowboy hat. Hee-haw. But looks like he's just gonna go on ahead and loot this grannies in this other one-story building. Probably just gonna hop into zone slowly. Wouldn't be surprised. Maybe he goes gas station next. Maybe one of these compounds up here on this dirt road. But definitely, I feel like Ganking Orangutan have been leaving Yasnaya Poliana earlier than usual, and because of that strategy, it's making so that Ascendance doesn't have an opportunity to push off of that. I would think that they wouldn't want to be aggressive off of this anyway, because this is like, it's tournament time, it's no longer scrims, and they don't even have Zraven, their IGL. We can see Boomers around the Gaka split already moving as well. Wazupi being the first one on up here on top of Everest. They usually do this, to be honest. This is nothing new. They always come up here and take a look around from their prime position from Gaka. So let's see what he's looking at. Looks like he's actually scoping out Dice. Dice is definitely the compound that you want first. He sees a car rotating towards it. He's calling it out. He sees at least 2 people inside that he can see he's probably hanging out. Hanging outside of that window there. And he's turning to take Dice, potentially. Oh no. Or go further. What is happening? VaLor started grabbing a vehicle, and then they're gonna go dice. Unfortunately, that means Boomers did not move quite fast enough, so maybe they're gonna go on ahead and take this compound on the south side of the river, or maybe they're gonna go and try for a rotate on this one. You know, it'd be like, I was gonna say, what if you go on ahead and split these two compounds, but probably quite difficult to do that right now. Especially because, as we can see here, they're still making their initial rotation. We can see Chusei going on ahead, Zolmox taking one of those compounds mentioned, and the rest of Boomers actually getting driven up on by the start of Nightly Esports rotation. Gribbles here already making it to this compound. I mean, they definitely heard each other driving here. D-Stan at half HP from a spray probably here. Was Uppy from above trying to look on over, but Gribbles is now safely inside the compound and being reunited with the two of his other teammates. It looks like Wazuppy taking this opportunity to continue on a rotation. It seems like they've decided where they want to go. Oh, but unfortunately for them, they can't go there. I think they may have been trying to go for this compound, but as you can see here, Jeppy aimed for VaLor, actually ended up taking it. So this is definitely a really strong split too. I mean, they're making sure that they can cross by completely controlling this bridge, especially since they do not know where this zone is going to end up. So VaLor currently in one of the better positions. I'd say that it's the position I'd want at least here. As we can see, a lot of teams on the south side. Looks like No Cap about to drive straight up to where Nightly Esports currently resides. They have to be careful on this. Gribble's already running out to try and play these cement blocks, waiting for them to get a little bit closer. Maybe he can do damage with them, not knowing he's here. But we can see in the distance, Boomer's kind of ruining it. Still getting one down, knocking down Hazelton. But Oldless right there getting the down and the flush on Gribbles almost immediately. Hazelton did crawl inside quite safely, so he's going to be able to get res. Morns, knowing that one of them is down, is trying to throw a Molotov onto that. And here comes the rest of Nightly Esports coming to help out with that Molotov. It's going to completely flush out Hazelton, knock down Ploob. Looks like Kite trying to throw a nade in will get downed as well. That nade is instantly going to take him out. Morns is taken down, and now it's just down to Sneak Attack, who currently can't push out to finish this fight because Boomers all the way up there on top of Everest are holding him away. There you go. Now he's just forced to run away. The rest of No Cap, I mean, Ploob slowly bleeding out downstairs, but he will in fact get rezzed by Oldless. But now they're just down to 2. Boomers there definitely made a huge part in this. We can see Doobie actually being a little bit interested in this, pushing on up to the compound. I mean, I would not want to be here alone, Doobie. I mean, he seems maybe he has some cover from his teammates, but not 100%. I would not want to push off of this by myself, even if I knew that there's one person in there. One person in there could be holding any kind of angle. Unluckily for him, there's actually 2, so even less of a reason to push in by yourself. There you go. Now he's going to slowly back off of that probably. Here we go again with the map. It actually looks like ganking Orangutan went and crashed onto the compound that Zolmox was holding for Chusei, ended up taking him out, and now the rest of Chusei, we can see 4Earth and Haydenix here scoping in on that compound, seeing if they can spot out the team that cut their team into half basically. But for right now, the entire format ganking Orangutan has taken that compound successfully. A lot of people still on the south side here. It's absolutely nuts. See a lot of these guys still continuing their rotation. Looks like Gizmac for Ascendance actually forced to rotate away from where his team is because of where Unorthodox is. He does not want to be drive-by alone, so the rest of them are currently holding the position. I don't know how Gizmac got so far behind, but it does in fact happen sometimes. Here we go. Silverline Esports now putting some shots towards the rotation of Dips Free. J-Snow 4Life going to successfully be safe on that rotate on that ridge. So looks like they're going to successfully go ahead and take planes. Definitely hoping for a hard shift down there. Just as predicted, the majority of these teams are on the south, just frankly because nobody was allowed to cross. I mean, VaLor got there so quickly. The only team that could cross was Gang, and now they've taken the compound there. So looks like everybody was currently going to be filled on the south, so it'll be helpful for them if it does go south. Seems like Orion knows this deal too, so they're currently trying to go for a bridge leading them to the north as well. Looks like Unorthodox and Ascendance did in fact get a bit close together, but I have a feeling Unorthodox might have known that there'd be someone there holding them out, so they went further north, and none of them have died. Gizmac is now with somebody else here. We can see Maji now driving him in their Dacia, continuing on with their rotation here. And now all we see are bullets flying everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if VaLor is currently trying to just damage boomers, take out any sort of tires, make it so that it's going to be extremely hard to come off of Everest, make it so that they have no more meds up here, no vest to be able to replenish it, nothing. Because up on top of Everest, obviously there's no loot, so a little bit of bullying happening there, but it's like the correct bullying. We can see No Cap getting a little bit involved as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to pop tires. Actually, Ploob gets a knock onto Wazubi from up there. Is he going to look again? I kind of wanted to see his angle. It doesn't look like he's going to, but I mean, that's it. There you go. Right there. He saw that somehow. Oh. Okay. But here we go. This is the zone shift. Unfortunately, isn't going to be a hard north shift like all those guys that rotated up there definitely want, but instead is going to go ahead and shift centering around Everest. It's going to be an Everest ending. So currently it is only boomers up there. It'll be interesting to see who else decides to join them. Here we go. Looks like VaLor instantly crossing over. Dips Free might go on ahead and take this fortune by backfilling them onto Dice. Looks like Orion now changing directions, going back to the south as well. Ascendance also wanting to go south. SDR still deciding to rotate to the north side. I don't know if that's... I feel like that's going to be pretty hard. But it looks like those guys waiting patiently ended up working out for them, so they're going to successfully be able to go on ahead and take ice cream for themselves. All the rest of these guys are going to have to figure out how to get in. Silverline Esports, we've seen them come here a lot, honestly. So here we go. Looks like Red Rider and Greta the Goat are going to take out Treepers for Dips Free. Now, based off of that knock and flush, the question is, are you going to crash this compound? I mean, they've crashed this before. They've crashed this from a knock before, but Dips Free actually... Was it Dips Free? I can't quite remember who it was. But the team holding Dice ended up getting the res onto their knock, and Silverline Esports crashed it on day one. And unfortunately, it was Silverline Esports that lost. I believe it was actually TAC 8 inside that compound, so not Dips Free, but TAC 8. I was going to say, is this like a recreation? Babbler spotting out Plus is going to take him to just above half HP. They're seeing Jay Snow as well, just putting bullets into both of them. Probably going to end up attempting to crash this. If they get one more knock, they're probably going to crash. Seems like Lucid Freak here as well for SDR is trying to play his position, see if maybe he can get up behind Silverline Esports. I mean, if he does, I mean, everybody here is quite out in the open. Looks like Red Rider might be trying to watch that position, but if FCR go that direction, they'll instantly spot him out. It does look like maybe they're going to go for this bridge play as well. Maybe they're going to try and go ahead and rotate back around to the south. As you can see, large southern rotations, speaking of Orion and Ascendance, still continuing to do that. They don't know that all these compounds down here are in the open, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Orion go and take Gaka and Ascendance comes and fills up Comets. But the rest of these teams, looks like Unorthodox now sending it across the Georgia Pole Bridge, completely open, probably going to go take Hospital. But for right now, 16 teams, 54 alive. I mean, this zone is still big enough. There's still enough space for everybody to be able to play. Be interesting to see where this next zone goes to. And fortunately for us, we're going to see it fairly shortly. There you go. Looks like Silverline Esports getting a little bit bored of their position, moving back higher up the ridge. Are going to decide not to move just yet. Maybe they're getting shot at by VaLor, actually. I think that's what it is. But with that shift, it's definitely definitely getting across to them that they cannot stay on the north side. They're going to have to cross one of these bridges or this water somehow eventually, because once again, it is gone, centering not completely around Everest, but favoring Gaka side over here. So it does look like Orion is going to go into Gaka. If Ascendance gets there first, maybe they're going to be able to go on ahead and scout towards it, maybe take it. Nope. Just kidding. Looks like they're not going to be able to go on ahead, and with that rotation, looks like Beck and Imalif might try and continue it, but Maji is going to have to stay behind as he gets the res onto Gizmak here. Yeah, realizing that ice creams are in fact not open, they're now turning on around. A solo for sneak attack is actually driving through this field now. Will Ascendance be able to spot this out and get a spray into him as he's absolutely just sending it across this field? It doesn't quite look like it. Sneak attack as a solo, probably going to try and make a wide rotation and then go ahead and play, I would say, like a center thing quite safely, but he's coming all the way to the south here. Be interesting to see where he ends up. Looks like VaLor obviously not liking their previous compound over here, now outside of zone, now driving straight in, trying to drive right by Everest. They're going to drive by True Side. They're probably circling. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to crash onto it. Looks like they're a little bit too scared with all the bullets currently flying towards them, but Unorthodox is also above them at Hospital, making sure that they can't play that as well. There is like a dip over here that they might be able to play. It's going to be hard to play it with boomers above on the hill, but where else do they have to go? And that is exactly where they're going. All of the cars sending it into that dip there. What? It looks like Trusay also ended up getting a crate as a present. I thought it was going to land directly on top of the roof. It looks like it landed close enough, and it is an 8x MK. That is a really nice present. So originally just boomers as our only team on top of this mountain. Looks like Silverline is going to join them. Red Rider currently the one all the way in the front. Doobie, I think, spotting them out. Yep, spotting out G-Price there, throwing a little bit of a bullet towards his head and does not hit, however. So now boomers are going to have to pay attention to that. As you can see by the map, SDR is also finding a home directly underneath their noses to the north side. So boomers potentially having to pay attention to their mountain from both sides. It looks like there's actually a fight happening out here in the blue between TAC 8 and Dips Free. Jay Reed, the last one alive for TAC 8, currently taking phase 3 damage here versus 3 up for Dips Free. They just got the res onto Pluis. I think Destinator is going to end up dying, so it is a 1v3 situation. Let's see what happens here. Jason sprang directly towards where he is. They definitely know where he is now. He does not see Potato there. Looks like people on top of the hill are helping out a bit. Number 1 Potato, though, pushing on over, is going to find out J Reed, and Tactical 8 is going to be our first team eliminated on this. Looks like Fluis is also going to die. And Dips Free now just going to be Potato left to tank phase for Blue Zone 4. Now currently they have 3 kills total. I mean, he might be able to get inside zone here, especially as we can see here, because No Cap is pushing straight up onto Silverline. I mean, Critical Goat originally trying to hold them out. It seems like Red Rider has already hold them. Here we go. Oldless already pushing on up to him. Spotting out G-Prize. There we go. Gets the flood down onto him. It does look like Dips Free will be eliminated in this situation. Red Rider is super low HP currently. Will they see Greta as well? Oh, that smoke comes in, but unfortunately... Well, fortunately, I will say, no damage comes out. Red Rider will be able to successfully heal, but No Cap is now above the last 2 remaining members of Silverline Esports. There we go. Ploob spotting out the movement from Greta. Here we go with this nade. Probably going to get her. They know that she's using this vehicle as cover. That nade getting really close, but it's going to most of the damage is going to get soaked up by the vehicle there. Red Rider now pushing aggressively on this, knowing that if they wait any longer, it's not going to spell good things. There we go. Oldest getting the knock on Red Rider. It's down just to Greta left. Let's see if she's going to get the kill onto Oldest. It's a 1v1 situation. Oh, but actually, Boomer is coming to get involved. Decent takes out Oldest, so No Cap is eliminated instead. Silverline will be able to get the res onto their 1 member, but Boomers now probably wants to come out and flush out this side of the zone. We did see in the feed a lot of action happening. Ascendance down here end up taking out Orion, and we saw in the feed as well as Nightly Esports being taken out. The solo finally killed. It looks like Gang Orangutan pushing aggressively onto SDR as well. All of Ascendance is still alive on this rotation. the two long rotators run into each other. That's kind of amusing. But here we go. It looks like it's just Greta once again versus a 4-man this time. Greta gonna find out D-stem, but it is going to be Wazuppy from the side with that MK47 mutant that takes her out. And now they're currently trying to get the res onto D-stem, taking a lot of blue damage. If he might be able to run into zone and survive, but this phase 4 damage, oh, just barely makes it actually. Here we go on the north side of them. It is ganking Orangutan gang a little bit closer up underneath their hill. They were in a little bit of a fight with SDR, but they seem to not want to continue pushing that. It's only Lucid Freak and Innate left, not wanting to be too aggressive at this stage, especially because the zone is so big. They're just going to continue to stay as a 4-man on the north side because they have a very good chance from up there. Everybody again is still pretty spread out here. The zone is about to close, so let's see where it is going to send people to go. In this zone actually going on ahead and ensuring that this is in fact going to be an Everest ending. I mean, don't get me wrong, it could pull to the south, but right now 3 teams currently on top of Everest. This is around Everest once again. All these teams are going to want to get underneath Everest as soon as possible, so these teams up top don't just get to sit up there and farm them. So multiple teams, 5 whole teams have to come in here. As you can see, even those guys, I mean, they're just outside zone. They do have vehicles. They could just drive on over and play some of these ridges here, but they will have to be careful because Tilt Town, while they're inside zone, they do have this compound here. They will eventually have to move. Seems like Ascendance realizing the situation as well now, slowly moving out. Beck taking the US, actually gets hit from one of the Tilt Town members. Gets a headshot onto one of them. Go ahead and look at what Maji is shooting at. He is shooting at those guys. Those guys do have to rotate out, so maybe Ascendance will go on ahead and take advantage of that. There we go. Spotting out Lemon Squeezy. Unfortunately, doesn't hit any of those 8x SLR shots. But Beck is, in fact, close, so let's see if he gets anything with that 6x mini. There's a lot of damage getting thrown into them from both Ascendance and Tilt Town here. It does seem like they're barely inside zone on the very south side here. If they want to get inside zone, they're going to have to deal with one of these teams. Trying to take out, it's your boy Cowboy. Currently not able to get the down. Ends up getting a really nice shot on him though, taking him super low HP. Unfortunately not getting the knock, not making it so that they think they can push off of that, but it looks like they're going to try anyway. Here we go, coming even closer with vehicles. Imaleaf has to be careful here because all it will take is one peek over for them to get the down onto him, but luckily I have a feeling they're holding safely from behind. Here comes the first nade. Unfortunately, no one is inside that smoke. Barely any damage is going to go into It's Your Boy Cowboy here. Another nade landing directly beside Lemon Squeezy, only going to do 7 damage, and here comes the stuns. Here comes the push. Will Lemon Squeezy end up spotting out Imaleaf though? Maju is in fact dead, so Beck trying to hold from afar. Same with Gizmac. Lemon did see Imaleaf down there. Here comes the stuns on that vehicle. What is he going to be able to do there? Here comes the nade as well. Luckily for him, thrown just too far. Does get Lemon Squeezy quite low. Gizmac focusing on Tilt Town here. I think Imaleaf really needs this help here. Beck flushing out the vehicle. Ooh. It seems like they're trying to fight 2 different teams here, and unfortunately Imaleaf is currently fighting an entire 4-man. Oh, Shadru from Tilt Town actually getting involved is going to take out Lemon Squeezy. It's going to help out Ascendance a lot in this situation. Here we go. Beck now driving closer, trying to finish this fight. Here we go. Shadru taking down It's Your Boy Cowboy as well, trying to get the flush onto him. It's just Flax left down here closest. His teammate you cannot redo is a little bit further ahead to the north. Spotting out Imaleaf, switching to a 4x spray. Oh, it's going to end up getting the knock onto him with that headshot. Gonna end up finding out Beck as well. The instant flush comes out. It's now just down to Gizmac for Ascendance here. Flax, realizing the situation, is trying to get him with that mini. He is currently going to reset a little bit. Sees the nade come out. A little bit of damage taken by that nade, taking him down to about half HP. I don't quite know what Gizmac is going to do, but he's currently getting a lot of damage put into him from further away from Tilltown to the west. And there you go with that last shot from Stone Storm. Ascendance is going to be our team eliminated in 7th. There we go. It looks like those guys also actually going to punish Tilltown a little bit. Takes out one of them. Stonestorm in the meanwhile is going to actually spot out Doobie. The fighting up on top of this Everest Hill. It looks like the power is shifting. Grantland is getting a knock onto Doobie. It's now just up to Wazuppy for Boomers. Meanwhile, Gang spotting out VaLor. Here we go. Nitrogen still alive. Tetra is down. It's a bunch of 2v2s it seems. Jeppy is now alone because Grantlantis was in fact flushed out. Wazuppy trying to get in a position where he could get the res onto Doobie, but Nitrogen, now knowing where Jeppy is probably going to make a rotation onto this. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. He currently only has a smoke for Util. There you go, trying to check to see if he has anything else such as a stun or anything. Now trying to smoke to get into zone, pushing onto Boomers here. It is only Wazuppy. Doobie did in fact bleed out. So multiple solos up here. Oh, that stun ended up stunning out Nitrogen, actually, unfortunately. As we can see from this, though, it looks like Unorthodox here with the 4-man up. Oh, that fight! Oh, just missed it. He ended up pushing on over, but it's going to be Jeppy Aim that wins that altercation. Now there's still 2 solos up here, and that's going to be Wazuppy for Boomers and Jeppy Aim for VaLor. It looks like VaLor currently with 5 kills, 1 up, taking a lot of blue damage on this rotation. Boomers, as I mentioned, with 1 up, 7 kills currently. Our duo team all the way to the south here, Tilltown with 3 kills, and then our 4-man squad, Unorthodox, with 3 kills currently. Looks like they're getting a little bit even more adventurous up on to Everest. Here we go, and the shift comes into play, and it's actually only going to favor them. So all these solos are going to have to push onto them. Ooh, VaLor is actually going to be eliminated as Wazuppy looks just down above, from above will take him out, and now he gets to heal. What do you have here? It does seem like his vest is very hurt, but now he has an 8x SLR. Hopefully he'll be able to do something here. The rest of Unorthodox knows that he's up there, though. There we go. So now it's an entire 4-man team versus 2 solos. It is Stone Storm and Wazuppy here. Looks like Fizzle ended up spotting out Stone Storm. Let's see what he can do here. Stone Storm now healing on this tree. Fizzle probably telling Sociopath exactly where he is. Doesn't look like he has any offensive items such as a nade or a Molotov. May have lost sight of him, thinking that he's in that smoke when in fact he's at that tree. There you go, nade coming out. He did spot him after that jump. Gets a nice headshot off of him, taking him super low HP. More stuns coming into play. Unfortunately, Stone Storm will be able to lay down and live for longer. I mean, let's go, solos. There we go. Ends up getting spotted again, though. Oh, and he was completely blinded. So Fizzle with that 3x barrel will eliminate Tilltown, and now it is still a 4v1, the 1 being Wazuppy for Boomers here. There we go, Sociopath actually spotting him out, making Wazuppy try and go for a northern rotate. He's about to be face-to-face with JL Day. He needs to pull out his AR. He's currently only holding a Molotov, though. There we go. Here comes the AR. JL Day is currently right beside him, and completely unexpecting his position there. Unorthodox is going to win our last game of day 2 with 6 kills here. Let's take a look at our match killers. I mean, Sociopath with 3. Fizzle does have 2. Wazuppy with 4. A lot of 2s and 1s as per usual. I'm a Leaf with 3 for Ascendance and 8 with 4 for SDR. And those are all her kills. This seems way more actually like laid out, I will say. But I will be back as soon as possible with an updated leaderboard. Remember that your leaderboard does in fact have a delay, so just wait ahead and wait for me to talk about it. You guys can see me one more time, see you guys very soon. Hello, everybody. This is SpanCargo for the last time. That concludes day 2 of Quarantine League Season 7. Without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard. You guys can follow along as per usual with exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats. Let that load. There we go for day 2. We're going to end with VaLor in first place with a total of 122 total points. Ascendance Esports in second with 101. No Cap in third with 89. Those are our top 3. Again, the top 3 are the ones that will win the prizes at the very end. Let's go ahead and turn on our team list for a second. This is obviously not updated for today, but along with these values here, we can see in the top right corner the prizes for first, second, and third. I will again update this again once. I'll update this for next time, for day 3, of course, but there's our leaderboard. You guys can go ahead and take a closer look at that, but without further ado, that is it for today. That is it for me. As per usual, thank you guys so very much for being here, being supportive of these teams, and being interested in Quarantine League. And of course, for me, as per usual, thank you guys. Thanks for this opportunity for being here to be able to cast for y'all. And thank you for Twire for providing the overlays and all of the leaderboards. It's really appreciated. But if you guys will hang on around for a bit, I'm gonna go on ahead and throw you guys on over to somebody else who is streaming. We can make their day, put a smile on their face, go on ahead and spam something nice in their channel when we do it. But otherwise, I will see you guys next time for Quarantine League. Bye.